Zoom to see if we can reestablish audio. Please stand by. We continue to have technical difficulties. We're trying to see if we can't repair them. Please stand by.
Okay, we got you. Looks like we're up and ready to go.
Oh, I just hung up on him. Crap. Does that mean that was Matt? So does that mean we can go on Zoom? I mean, on Live Manager? So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Wait a minute.
Technical difficulties. We were supposed to start at 6. It is now 6:15, but it looks like all systems are go. So if you're ready, Eleanor, I will call to order a regular city council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Don't forget Nils.
Yeah. I'm going.
See if everybody's here.
I'm Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. I don't see a flag, but oh, there it is. Okay. Well, then let's all rise, salute the flag, and take a moment of silence. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. Well, I guess always first up on the agenda are announcements. Go through the council. Councilmember Nairnheim, do you have any announcements?
I actually have no announcements. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
My community meeting is tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. If you have not heard about it or got the link, you can go onto my council page, and thanks to Renee, our assistant, a link to register is posted there. So we should have a recap of all the events tonight in case you fall asleep.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you to the Redondo Beach Police Department. They came by Anderson Park today from 12 to 2 and gave cops some cones and gave out snow cones to all the kids. And it was a very successful event. And thank you for the community service.
Excellent. Okay. Next up is approval order of agenda. Our complicated agenda tonight. Does anybody want to make any changes or just make a motion to approve the order of agenda?
I'd like to move L1 before L1.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Come on.
Yes. I'll second.
Mayor, can we hold on, please? It seems like we don't have audio. So
Who doesn't have audio?
the broadcasting.
No.
But here's what's interesting is if it did have audio, you wouldn't be able to understand it anyways. The quality is so poor. So
And we don't have audio on Granicus. So
What about on YouTube?
we do have it on YouTube. So that's the only place we have audio.
Can we tell people how to view the meeting and participate? I guess they can't participate through YouTube. What does this mean? Can people still participate?
Technically, we not supposed to be having a meeting until we have some audio. And I know we have video, but we don't have audio, so nobody can hear us who are on channel 41 or 8 or in Granicus. So until that's taken care of, we should not proceed. So
Okay.
there's a new Zoom function that will automatically transcribe what people are saying. Actually,
The issue might be on the output of Zoom. If you hit where the microphone is, you hit the little plus button down there, you can select the speaker. So it's probably not outputting to the correct speaker output. You have multiple sources, output sources.
So people can just see us, I guess.
Well, the Zoom people can hear us. The people on
Like
Zoom.
mine?
Anybody good at sign language?
I do have a dictionary for kids. Sure doesn't include things like budget.
We just like hold up pieces of paper and like say this is what I want.
So IT is working on getting the sound established. So they're working on it.
Okay, let's give it a few minutes. Should we recess till 6:30? Give them time. Maybe just give it a couple more minutes. Let's see. You can hear us, folks. We're waiting for see if IT can get our sound up on the cable channels. Channel 8 and what is it in Verizon 40?
So it's channel 8, which is Spectrum, and then Frontier, which is channel 41,
41.
and our city website, which is Legistar.
Okay. So can they hear us from the city website?
Nope.
Nope. See, this is a problem.
Yes. So they can only hear us on YouTube and Zoom. Those are the only two areas.
Oh, YouTube.
YouTube, yes, YouTube and Zoom.
So are you saying, Eleanor, it really wouldn't be legal for us to proceed without being heard in Legistar? What's
Correct.
the
Because majority of how we present it is not accessible.
I've got an idea. We go down to those brand new council chambers and we conduct the meeting there.
you want to have technical difficulty?
Well, actually, that's the thing is tomorrow they're switching it from the library to the council chambers. And sorry, too early.
For those of you that can hear us, we have new AV equipment, audiovisual equipment in the council chambers, and we have a remodeled council chamber. So
We have
otherwise, we'd be in there right now, but we're still finalizing the details. So
somebody raising their hand, by the way. Not sure you could take that, but
well, it's not really on the agenda to just start taking comments.
Yeah, IT's still working on it. It's got a text. So.
well, it's a good time for folks to read those blue folder items.
No,
You haven't
right?
read those already, Zane?
Well, I started.
So this is a test. I'm just testing to see if the audio is working. I'm just testing for IT.
Hmm.
Because it's so quiet. So he needed a test.
Yeah, if anybody's watching, wondering why we're not saying anything, it's because we're having technical difficulties. So we're hoping to start this meeting in about 5 minutes. Stand by.
Okay, so they wanted me to test it again. This is a test. We have some technical difficulties with the audio, and IT is right now just confirming to see if we can get audio. So just please stand by.
Okay, keep us posted, Eleanor. It's now 6:28.
Can someone read War and Peace, maybe?
That would take a while.
That's the point, Todd.
I know. How many pages is that anyway? Over 1,000 pages. Yeah.
Okay, so
On the counter.
IT needs another 10 minutes to work on audio. Just wanted to let everyone know.
Okay, well, I'll kind of at some point leave it up to the council to decide what they want to do. We want to recess till it's now 6:28. Check back at 6:40.
Sure. Well, we could do a council talent show.
Yeah. Does anybody sing? Not that you want to hear. Okay. Well, we'll check back at 6:30. We'll check back at 6:40.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do some testing. So if you hear me testing, and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, but 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so this is a test. I just want to check to see if the audio is working. So test 1, 2, 3, 4.
You always play music.
Okay, our audio has been fixed. So if everybody can come back, we can start our meeting.
Well, in fairness, Ellen, I told everybody 6:40. So
Okay, so we'll
I'm sure
start
some
our-
members of the public did hear us, and so we'll come back at in 9 minutes.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
How's it looking, Eleanor?
Good.
We're broadcasting on Channel 8 and Channel 41.
That's a yes. I have to. We're ready.
Okay, well, it's 6:40. We didn't really take an official recess. I think we need to do roll call again.
Yeah.
So with that, I was waiting on a motion to approve the agenda. So welcome back, folks. Apologize, we did not have sound. So since we didn't have sound, actually, maybe we should do a roll call vote. So let's do a roll call vote again, Eleanor.
Yes. Councilmember Nierenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember MD,
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. And to members of the public, many apologies. We had some technical difficulties. It started right at 6. It is now 6:41. Everything appears to be back up and running. So we're going to go ahead and move ahead with the meeting. And we are at approval of order of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the order of agenda. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up are blue folder items. This is additional backup material. I know we have some blue folder items. Eleanor?
Yeah, we have some public comments that was emailed to the mayor and council for the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had time to read them all while we were waiting to fix the technical difficulties. So anyway, is there a motion to accept those and admit them to the record?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, next up is consent calendar. There's only 2 items. Any council member can pull any item, and any member of the public can speak on any item. Anybody from the council want to pull any item? Okay, are there any comments from the public on either of these items?
No, Mayor.
No comments? Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember MD. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. With that, we move on to public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Really, the only thing on the agenda is the budget. So if you got something you want to talk about besides the budget or any budget related, this is your opportunity. Take 3 minutes to talk about whatever you'd like. So with that, I'll open it up. Eleanor, is there anyone who'd like to speak under non-agenda items?
Yes, so I have Jacob Powell. So,
I'm pretty sure he's here to talk about the budget.
oh. Okay, so then Mark Oblata. Mark, there you go.
Hello, do you have me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Let me start. The McNeil J.C. Parkette has been turned into a dog park, a dog run, and a dog toilet. I recently conducted a 7-day study of the dogs entering McNeil J.C. Parkette. 89 dogs were recorded entering the parkette over this time period. 75% of the dogs were off leash. McNeil J.C. Parkette is 0.11 acres, the second smallest parkette approved for the dog trial. A grass park the size of a tall and skinny house cannot tolerate the volume of dogs urinating and defecating in the parkette on a daily basis. Unleashed dogs pose a dangerous threat to children, dogs, and their dog owners. Recently, our neighbor entered the McNeil J.C. Parkette with her dog on leash. At the same time, another dog off leash was inside the park. When our neighbor entered the parkette, her dog was attacked by the unleashed dog. The attacked dog suffered injuries and required medical attention. The aggressive dog's owner refused to provide his personal information. The dog victim's owner filed an incident report after the altercation. Legal action will be pursued against the responsible dog owner once he's identified. During a recent District 3 meeting with Councilman Horvath, he stated, "I am going to voice the concerns of the residents in District 3. Most of the parents with children are not happy with the ordinance because of the dog owners not following the rules." Other comments made during the same meeting included, "We do not want kids crawling in the park's grass where dogs have urinated." How many more incidents involving unleashed dogs in Redondo Beach parkettes need to happen before a serious injury occurs and legal action is taken for lack of enforcement of the city's dog park ordinance? In an article titled "Public Health Considerations Associated with the Location and Operation of Off-Leash Dog Parks," published in October 2017, the authors state that failure to remove dog waste can lead to the transmission of zoonotic agents. E. coli, salmonella, and other diseases can be transmitted to humans indirectly via exposure to feces and urine. In my opinion, the McNeil J.C. Parkette is too confined a space to allow dogs, leashed or unleashed, and the dogs inside our parkette pose a significant health and safety risk to our neighborhood. Therefore, the J.C. McNeil Parkette should be removed from the list of Redondo Beach parks permitting dogs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Opala. We can't really comment on non-agenda items because it has to be agendized. But at the end of the meeting, someone can make the motion to bring that back. So, yeah, stand by.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very impressive numbers. Anyway, next up.
Okay, so I have no hands
Come on,
up
Frank.
for Zoom.
Yes, at the start. Yeah. So I guess we just run it, huh?
And
Just
we
in case
have
it gets-
no.
You did. She said
Mark,
time literally as
Mark,
you
you're still on. Can you turn yourself off there, Mark? We can still
Oh,
hear
here,
you.
I'll do that. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have no comments and no more Zoom.
Okay. With that, we move on to the public hearing. I'll do ex parte communications. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yes, I've been talking to Mayor Brand, Councilmember Lowenstein, the public, staff about the budget, the CIP, all related items.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have been talking to Mayor Brand, Councilmember Narenheim, staff, and the public about the budget and CIP.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, same as last week, staff, residents, and Councilwoman MD.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Staff, Mayor Brand, and residents.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Staff, residents, and Councilman Horvath.
Okay, so everybody knows what we're doing. A quorum cannot meet outside of this meeting. So three council members can't meet about the budget outside of a meeting, but two can. So that's what you hear going on is that, certain council members are now Brown acted with another council member, meaning that's who they're talking to about the budget, but they can't talk about the budget with anyone else outside of the meeting. So the mayor can talk to pretty much everybody, which I talked to Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Narenheim, talked to the staff, talked to the public, of course, many comments from the public this time around, and Councilmember Obaji. So there you go. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing or reconvene the public hearing, I should say.
Moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. Are there any objections? Okay. Public hearing is now open. Marnie, did you want to give us a brief presentation?
I can just hit the highlights real fast. Joe Hefkin, City Manager, thank you again for being here tonight. This is our continued public hearing, as the mayor's indicated. The report before you has a link to the budget. includes links to all the budget response reports. We don't have any new budget response reports tonight. We do have a staff report along with a resolution for your review and action tonight. So again, the recommendation, conduct the public hearing, take testimony, discuss amongst yourselves. We have all the key staff here tonight in terms of budget questions and support. And that's what we've got tonight. So back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Before we get started, folks, you know, we had 3 commissions review our budget, do a lot of work, and actually send us letters. So I want to go ahead and not read the whole letters, but first thank them. Library Commission sent us a letter a little over a year ago, but it's still good. And as well as the Budget and Finance Commission and the Harbor Commission. So just to give you the highlights, the bullet points of the Library Commission, they're asking for 1 additional full-time librarian for oversight of adult public services and collections, and to evaluate the technology and hold classes for the public, perform outreach, and so forth of a dedicated librarian, full-time, $133,596. Second bullet point was in concert with the addition of a full-time librarian, an increase to the library budget of $25,000 to reopen North Branch Library on Fridays. The third bullet point was a permanent allocation of additional $50,000 to the library's collection budget in order to restore the cut in funding from 2011-2012, $45,000 from library materials. This would help meet demands for print, audio, visual, and digital materials by covering price increases in new formats. This amount would also fund the outsourcing of cataloging and processing initiated in 2016-2017. So leaving on the last third bullet point, an increase of $8,000 to support price increases in Envisionware, the library's computer reservation system, Cynic, the library's Wi-Fi connection, and Cirrus Dynex, the library's automation system. So that's the Library Commission recommendations. Thank you guys for that.
So total for that, Mayor Brand, by chance?
Well, I can add it up if you want. It's $133,000. That's an ongoing expense of an additional library, and an increase in the library budget of $25,000 to reopen the North Branch on Fridays, and a permanent allocation of an additional $50,000 to the library's collection budget in order to restore the cut in funding. A permanent allocation, I assume that's ongoing. And then the last one is an increase of $8,000 to support price increases of Envisionware.
Thank you.
So whatever that adds up to. Harbor Commission,
216.
they sent us a letter recently. This is just a couple of weeks ago, June 8th. And they're recommended the following amendments to our budget and capital improvement program. Consider shifting amenities plan related CIP projects to earlier fiscal years, ensuring that city can act shortly after the amenities plan is completed. Number 2, establish decision package 54, concept plan for Seaside Lagoon as a CIP project. And number 3, ensure that Redondo Beach Marina parking lot pay stations comply with Measure C requirements. They also identified additional items for our consideration as amendments: reduction in internal service fund fees to the harbor enterprise, distribution of COVID-19 relief funds in proportion to the COVID-19 impact on the harbor enterprise and general fund, thereby increasing the amount of COVID-19 relief funds apportioned to the harbor enterprise. And lastly, consideration of the possible retention of transient occupancy tax and sales tax within the harbor enterprise. So again, those are the recommendations from the Harbor Commission in a letter that came to us June 8th. And then lastly, from our Budget and Finance Commission, we got several recommendations, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just go through them real quick. I think you guys know about several of them. Decision package 57, bond issue proceeds. The Budget and Finance Committee recommends the City Council not adopt this decision package. They believe that city operations should not be funded with savings that have not yet been realized. Mid-year would be a better time to consider this action. Second, the Budget and Finance Commission feels that taking a 10.6% increase in general fund personnel costs in 2021-2022 is unwise. They recommend funding the public safety positions that were not funded and left vacant 2021 and leave vacant for another fiscal year the non-safety positions defunded in 2020, 2021. Third recommendation from decision package 42, although Budget and Finance Commission sees as necessary the funding of the Police Department Technology Service Contract, they recommended a portion of the one-time appropriation be from the Narcotic Forfeiture and Seizure Fund instead of funding it entirely from the general fund. And lastly, enhanced response to homelessness, the Budget and Finance Commission recommends that due to the unknown duration of the program, the ongoing general fund appropriation be a one-time appropriation for 2021, 2022 only. In addition, they recommend that instead of purchasing a vehicle for the homeless housing navigator, the city explore other options, such as using a vehicle from the city's existing fleet or leasing the vehicle. So again, thank you to the Library Commission, the Harbor Commission, and the Budget and Finance Commission. I think we put a lot of work into it. The least we can do is go through them at the beginning of the meeting and everyone carry them with them as they decide on the budget. So how this works, folks, we've had the staff quick brief report. I'll take comments while the public hearing is open from the public in the council, and they'll ask questions, and you guys can ask questions. It will answer all these things. And then we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have a motion, and we'll go from there. Okay? So with that, I'll call on Councilmember Laura MD.
Thank you. And I thank you for pointing out the different commissions and what they've done. I would like to recommend, since we had the residents wait an extra 40 minutes to be able to speak, could you entertain the idea that we hear from them first? And then have the council speak.
Yeah, sure. That's no problem.
Because I do know a lot of them on this list, and there's going to be some pickleball advocates, scout houses, and others on there. So if we could just hear from them first, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's go to Joe Hefkin. Joe, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I did, Mayor. The Library Commission's input, they had a more recent letter that attached the older letter. And so I can have Susan Anderson sort of highlight
Yeah, that would be very important. The only letter I saw in the packet was from last year. So
yeah, so Susan, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. To sort of explain the history on the Library Commission letters, the letter you read was composed in around January 2020 for last year's budget. Then, of course, COVID hit and we closed down in March, and we were in an entirely different, budget scenario going into budget last year. So they had kind of composed their requests in a totally different environment than we ended up in. So then this year, they composed another letter in February. So again, it was, kind of early in the year.
You want to read it to us, Susan? Do you have it in front of you? Because I do not have it.
I do have it. It's dated April 5th. I'm not sure if other people have that one in their packet.
If you could just highlight it for us, that was a main point. So
Just essentially what they were asking for in this letter, in light of the fact that they knew that we might be facing some severe budget scenarios because of COVID. They essentially asked that the librarian position at the very least remain frozen, and that if the library were to reopen, which we have now, if we could maybe at least fill that frozen technical services librarian position. Whereas in the prior year, they had been asking for an additional position, but this year they were asking at the very least, could we fill the technical services position, especially in light of the fact that all the digital materials were going up so much in circulation because of the closure. The other thing is, in the prior year letter, when they had asked for the additional funds to open North Branch on Friday, since then, the overall hours for the library were reduced in last year's budget. So we actually have even less open hours now than when they wrote that original letter in January of 2020. So it's been a complicated situation with with this COVID situation. And so we are, in April, we open to the new hours that were determined in last year's budget, which are reduced hours. And that seemed to be going well, but I will say since January 15th that with people thinking things are open again now, people are complaining a little bit more about the reduced hours now that they're maybe realizing that we aren't open as many hours as we used to be, if that makes sense.
Well, could you just briefly sum up their recommendations again, Susan? Was it?
So their recommendations in this letter were to let us fill the technical services librarian position.
How much is that?
That one is, let's see if they have the.
Unstated in the letter.
It's unstated in the letter, but I think they do have it stated in the prior year letter that was attached.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 117,000, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
I'd say.
Mayor, just to clarify, that position in the proposed budget is reinstated and is unfrozen. So,
right.
So people understand that.
Yeah. So with that, Susan, they can know that that position will be filled.
Okay, and then
if it passes, it depends. It could be pulled out from the budget, but for now, the staff is decided to fund that position.
Yes, they did compose this letter before they knew that.
I understand. Well, what else they got?
And then the other thing is they're asking for $50,000 as a permanent allocation for the library's collection budget. And then the $8,000 to cover some of the increases we have in Envisionware and in our internet connection, which is through Calren.
Okay, great. So it's very similar to the letter a little over.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks for that recap.
You're welcome.
And with that, I'll go to the public. Let's take public comment on the budget. Eleanor.
Okay, let's see. Those from the public, if you could please raise your hand, or if you're on the phone, just *9, and that will raise your hand, and I'll just go through the list. So the first one is Jacob Powell. Okay, so he's going to be promoted to a panelist because he can't speak for some reason, the audio there. So there he is.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
There we go. Yes.
Okay, I'm here to, is it too loud?
No, it's perfect.
Okay, I'm here to talk about the Scout House renovations. I am a first class scout from Troop 788 in Redondo Beach near Anderson Park. And our Scout House, our interior and outerior are sort of degrading. And especially on the side of the garage, there is a lot of wear and tear and stuff. And I would like to ask for some of the budget to go into remodeling the area, because I've heard that it's cheaper to fix it or buy a new house. And the reason why I was chosen is because I care about the Scout House and a lot of other like summer camps and camps over the summer and stuff like that. They use that Scout House. And it means a lot to a lot of the people because there's a lot of stuff that's been going on in that area for a while. It's also it's another thing, but I forgot it. And I would like to get some of the budget to go to remodeling that area, especially in the toilet section, meeting room section, and the garage.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us that info. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next person is Alyssa Bealey. There we go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Elisa Bealey. I live in District 5. The purpose of my call is to respectfully request that you fund the long-term traffic calming measures in the Dow Johnston Beelan traffic plan. Those would include the modified Ts, curb bulb outs, and landscape center medians. I'd like to explain why I believe this is so important. On May 3rd, 2019, it was a Friday afternoon at about 3:30 in the afternoon. So you can picture kids are just getting home from school. People are walking the neighborhood, getting ready for the weekend. At that time, a speeding truck came off Manhattan Beach Boulevard down Johnston and crashed into my brother-in-law's car, which was parked in front of our house, and totaled the car and kept going. So, by the way, thank you to RBPD and a very observant neighbor who helped us catch him 2 weeks later. But he was estimated to be traveling at about 50 miles per hour, and the speed limit here on Johnston is, of course, 25. We have the video, and it's pretty chilling. The crash was violent and loud, but what is really scary is that my father-in-law, who's in his 80s, had just taken some things out of the trunk of his car, and he missed being hit and very likely killed by just a few seconds and a few feet. And had those modified Ts or bulb outs been in place at the time, there's no way that that truck would have had the opportunity to build up that much speed to do this kind of damage. So we've been working and requesting traffic calming measures in our neighborhood for years. Many thanks go to Councilmember MD for her work on this and staying on top of it. There's been several traffic studies conducted in the neighborhood. There's the data that we get from the studies, and then there's what we see from living here every day. And the reality is that people are driving too fast, they're running stop signs, the streets are narrow, and we have many kids here. It's a recipe for disaster. I know there were 6 injury-related collisions in the Dow Johnston neighborhood between 2014 and 2019, which involved 1 bicyclist and one was a pedestrian. And in my opinion, that's just 6 too many. Now that we have the potential for 700 new housing units north of the 405, this is even more important because I understand that the thinking is that those people who live in that area are just going to be going to the freeway on ramps and off ramps. The reality is that they're going to need to cut through our neighborhood. They're going to be cutting through our neighborhood to get to Artesia or to get to school or anything else. So it's just going to get worse. I attended several public meetings in 2019 and early 2020 related to the traffic measures. The work I know has been done. A lot of work has gone into it. We just really need the funding. And I saw in the budget that the short-term measures, such as the high visibility crosswalks and the oversized speed limit signs are in the budget. And we very, very much appreciate that because anything will help. But quite frankly, we really need more. We need those long-term measures. It's just a matter of time before someone, God forbid, a child is killed in this neighborhood. We have had too many close calls. So I'm just asking that you fund this. So thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. And I got to say something about this. These traffic calming measures get stuck in analysis and analysis and analysis for years. I've watched this go on. And frankly, I take a lot more or give a lot more credit to the residents who actually come down here and testify than any traffic expert, frankly, counting cars and going out there one day and just kind of assessing it from an office. I don't doubt for a second that the council, and certainly myself, takes your testimony more seriously, frankly, than the experts. And I'm so tired of this stuff getting caught up in analysis, paralysis by analysis. So yeah, you guys live out there. You're there every single day. So there's no substitute for you guys' testimony. It sounds like you've already done that. So hopefully we can get some of those things implemented instead of continuing to talk about it. Anyway, I just had to get it off my chest. I've watched this go on for years. It's very frustrating.
Okay, Mayor, the next person is Laura Wing.
Hi, this is Laura Leal. I'm here to speak about the scout houses in our North Redondo neighborhood. I'm also in District 5. Thank you for putting this out there to the neighborhood and giving us an opportunity to advocate on our behalf. We're on our 3rd generation of Girl Scouts in the Girl Scout house in particular, and it's my 1st generation with Boy Scouts, having been here in the neighborhood for over 20 years. And all of my kids have gone through the programs in scouting. My grandkids are now going through the programs in scouting. And we've seen a lot of projects done to help out and patch and fix things here and there at the scout houses, but they need more help than what we can give them. And we're asking that you give us the additional funding needed to actually affect repairs that will improve the property usage and safety. Things that we're asking for include improvements to the roof, either replacement of or repair of, because we've got skateboarders that like to use it as a fun place to play. There's been some additional damage caused by that. Like the Boy Scout house, the siding and facing on the exterior is deteriorating. We have a lot of damage, termite damage and so forth. Hot water heater. There's cabinets in the kitchen where if you open the cabinet, it hits the light because the light fixture was put in a bad place, so we can't fully use the cabinets that are in there. Bathroom repairs and things of that nature. I know that there are other people who'd like to speak on that, but having spent 20 years enjoying the facilities of the scout houses, I very much would like to see the improvements done for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for showing up. Appreciate it.
Okay, next person is Sheila Lamb.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. First, I want to express my appreciation for all of the Redondo Beach staff members who prepared this extensive budget document. Next, I would like to offer a suggestion and a comment. My suggestion is this: the mission of this city is to provide services to those who live, work, and visit Redondo Beach. However, the budget process has not provided you with any information regarding the priorities of the residents, nor has it provided to the residents a study session or public discussion of this budget. As an example, let's use Manhattan Beach to explain what I mean. Starting in early May, Manhattan Beach holds for the residents a budget introduction, followed by 3 budget study sessions, next, a budget discussion, and finally, a public hearing on June 15. In addition, it provides residents a budget survey and a budget snapshot. It would be great if next year Redondo Beach could follow in the footsteps of our neighbors to the north and dedicate time and money to engage the community for which these Redondo Beach services are intended. Perhaps the monies could be included in this year's budget for that purpose. My comment is in regards to Decision Package 25, Response to Homelessness. The Homeless Response Program is an innovative collaborative effort between the mayor, city council members Narenheim and MD, city departments, and public agencies. No one city department should take credit for this very successful program. The strength of this program is its collaborative structure involving multiple partners working together for the same goal. As a model for other cities, cities that have budget constraints equal to or greater than Redondo Beach, it is the collaborative structure that must stand in the forefront. Redondo Beach must continue to use outside agencies as collaborative partners in order to find ways to reduce the cost to the general fund. Partnerships can include utilizing internships for law students, contracts for needed personnel, and funding or services from local nonprofits or foundations. It is this collaborative framework that will allow other cities with limited budgets to iterate this model in their own communities. Redondo Beach can show the way forward by being nimble, creative, and innovative in developing collaborative partnerships and simultaneously keeping the cost to the general fund minimal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sheila.
Okay, let's see here. Tammy Scott.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Scott, and my role with the Girl Scouts in Redondo Beach is that I'm actually the volunteer manager for all of the troops based in North Redondo. And just to give you some numbers, that's more than 700 girls and 63 troops. And with those girls, more than 200 of them call the Anderson Park Scout House home on a regular basis. Those girls meet, some of them meet weekly, some bi-weekly, but for more than 30 years, they have met there at the Anderson Park Scout House. And as others have said, you know, the house has, we do our very best to keep the inside clean and keep it up for our activities, but it's really the outside that suffered some neglect. And as Laura Leal mentioned, the skateboarders love the flat roof, and we don't object to the flat roof except for the fact that we're sure that on some day another one of those young men is going to miss on their jump over the awning and seriously injure themselves. And, you know, we really don't want to see that happen. So there are some things that can be done to improve the longevity of the Scout House, including roof, siding, and, you know, some of the other things are really kind of cosmetic. They're not big goals and big dreams. We don't need a palace. We just need a Scout House to make scouting a better experience for all of the girls, and a place that they're proud to call home, and a place that they will want to bring their own children, because as Laura said, you know, multiple generations. Have 3 generations of Girl Scouts in my own home, including myself, and we've all been through the North Redondo Scout House. So if you can put some priority to the Scout Houses, both the Girl Scout and the Boy Scout House, in your budget considerations, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Next is Monica Pagon.
Thank you. It's pronounced Pagoni.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Girl Scouts to request funds to renovate the Scout House. I have 2 daughters who are Girl Scouts and attend their meetings at the Scout House every other week. Whenever we walk in there, I always see the troop leaders trying to open up the windows to air it out. The windows are not very easy to open. There is a mildew smell that never leaves, and I fear that what they are breathing is unhealthy. The bathrooms need to be repaired, and other improvements that should be done to keep our kids and volunteers safe and healthy while using the house. I've also seen kids on top of the roof playing around, which is very unsafe. Every week I see kids jumping up on there or trying to jump off it. I just ask for the city to please take this into consideration and to provide some funds to help the Scout House get renovated so the kids can enjoy their time there. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Next is Jim Taka.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gemma Takahashi. I am a Redondo Beach Girl Scout member of Troop 7485. I love Girl Scouts, and my troop has done many things for the community. My troop has given cards to veterans who fought to protect our country, visited the elderly, made a community butterfly garden with flowers and plants. My troop planted and waters and trims. Those are just a few things my troop has done for the community. My troop house is very welcoming and fun, but it needs some maintenance and repairs. The outside of the troop house needs to be painted and repaired. The toilets can be leaky, and the kitchen has no hot water, and the cabinets are falling apart, and they aren't the safest. With some fun, I'm sure we can use it to fix the troop house. I know this is a lot to ask of, but please consider my request.
Is that it, Jim?
Yeah.
How do I get that profile picture? That's really cool. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, so the next person is Kirsten Marie. Okay, so she's coming in as audio, not video, so I'm not sure. There we go. You're on.
You're static, Marie.
Kristen. Can't hear her.
Let's try her, but try her later. Try to fix that, Kristen, if you can hear us. All we hear is static. We'll come back. We'll check back with you.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so next person is Laura Oto.
Hi, I support the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts in our community. I see their involvement in the community. I'm proud to see so many of our kids giving back. I was a Girl Scout growing up, and it positively impacted my life. I'd like to see the Girl Scout and Boy Scout house be funded so that the kids have a safe place to meet and keep the tradition alive for generations to come. So please consider this.
Thank you, Laura.
Next is Ginger Silverman.
Hi, I'm here.
We hear you clear.
Great, thanks. I'd like to second everything Elisa Bealey stated earlier in this meeting. I also live on Johnston Avenue in District 5. I've attended previous meetings with many members of our neighborhood, and I'm attending tonight to continue asking for calming measures in the neighborhood. Not only was there the incident of the side swiping, another neighbor's dog was hit by a car. It just seems very irresponsible that nothing has been done, not even these simple short-term calming measures like these larger speed signs, better crosswalk markings on Johnston. It's a through street and we have many people speeding. It's also where we live. It's also noisy. It's frightening. We have a fence outside to keep our dogs in, but that doesn't even reassure the safety of the neighborhood. The ADA compliant sidewalks have been implemented. I think that took 3 weeks once they started working and got all of those done. I'm not sure who would want to use them with people, speeding 40 miles an hour through our neighborhood. So I would like to ask for some of the budget to be allocated towards the calming measures for the Dow, Johnston, Triangle, Beeland, Robinson. It's a major school crossing. They have repainted that crosswalk, but the amount of people I see speeding down Robinson towards Vale Avenue, even during school time, is frightening. So I appreciate everyone's efforts to finally get some of these measures implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. And while you're on the line, because I haven't seen the reports, but when we think of traffic calming, we think of speed cushions, bulb outs, things like that, short of blocking the street. Do you have any opinion about speed cushions versus bulb outs?
I would take anything at this point, even just the repainting of larger 25 mile per hour signs down the road. I'm not opposed to bulb outs, tees, or speed cushions in our neighborhood. I believe there's some implemented in South Redondo. I would be curious to know what the feedback is from those.
Yeah, we have them in several parts of town. So it's always a process because a lot of people don't want them in front of their house. But
right. I think we have actually some neighbors who are opposite of each other and agree on having it in front of their house. So, we're one of the major cut through streets. And again, where are the short-term measures that could be done quickly?
Yeah, well, that doesn't take long either. So yeah, exactly.
Well,
anyway.
That's what they said at the 2019 meeting. Here we are.
Well, thanks for calling in. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. The next person is Ming Wen.
Hi, Min Win, North Redondo Beach. Two different issues I want to address. First is the traffic in the Dow Johnson Triangle. The traffic continues to be an issue here due to our street being used as a quick shortcut through Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So a couple incidents I want to highlight is one, I've witnessed a kid get hit off his bike in the crosswalk. Someone trying to beat the red light at Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Dow Avenue. Second, I've seen an SUV overturn on the corner of Manhattan Beach and Dell Avenue trying to beat the light. A motorcycle was hit in the middle of Dell Avenue. A couple months ago, a driver going eastbound on Manhattan Beach Boulevard drove straight into a traffic signal on the corner of Dell Avenue, and he ran to the traffic signal post and knocked it down. My front yard has been damaged several times by motorists jumping the curbs because they don't want to wait for the lights to turn green. So it seems like speed, everybody's in a hurry, they don't care what they need to do to cut through the traffic. So I've lived here for 8 years. Issues are getting worse, they're not getting better. I'm asking the city council to fund the deferred long-term traffic improvements in the Dow Johnson Triangle as previously approved by the Public Works Commission and the city. Since I moved here, I haven't seen any of the traffic issues been addressed. So it's long overdue and needed. And in response to Mayor Brand's question, I think bulb outs could be an idea. Bulb outs could kind of slow people down because it's a long stretch. Dow and Johnson are long straightaways that people just speed through. And secondly, I want to address the Boy Scout and Girl Scout houses that are in need of work. I've been a Scout leader since 2007 for Redondo Beach-based PAC 7 and 8. We have over 50 Cub Scouts. And, we are very blessed to have a place to meet, and we treat the Scout House as if it was our own house. So we use the Scout House all the time, and we give a lot to our community through cleanups and volunteer work. Each Cub Scout is taught to learn about their community and to give back to their community. Our Scouts have worked hard on their own time to keep the house in working condition. However, there's a lot of deferred maintenance issues that the Scouts need help with, from termite damage, roof damage, and much more. We're just asking for deferred maintenance to be addressed. The house can use a fresh coat of paint and a new garage door. The current wooden garage door has holes, and we've been patching it up. Both the Girl and Boy Scout houses serve many kids in the Redondo Beach area, and let's help make these houses better for future generations. But you know what? Enough for me. I'd like you to hear from my son, Colin, who is a Cub Scout.
My name is Colin. I'm 9 years old. I am a Cub Scout in PAC 788, and we meet weekly at Anderson Scout House. Please help us make our Scout House better.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, man. I don't know about these deferred traffic calming. I've never seen anything come to us. It got denied, that's for sure. But it's very frustrating to hear that you guys have gone through this process and still nothing. So we got to get to the bottom of that. I mean, we should be able to implement these simple traffic calming things a lot faster than what it's been taken. And this is not the only area where I've seen our traffic calming, simple traffic calming things like signs and speed cushions get implemented. All right.
Okay, Joni Cantrell.
Good evening. I'm here. I thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us. I am here in support of funding for the Scout Houses. I want to say, first of all, how grateful we are that we have a place at all to meet. I was a Scout leader for many years, and houses around here are small, yards around here are small. There aren't always safe places to hold troop meetings. So we are so, so grateful that we have this space. That being said, they are old, and there are a lot of repairs that do need to be made. We do our best to do what we can. For example, my daughter did do her Silver Award, putting in a railing on the Girl Scout house because a lot of people were tripping on the raised porch. And so we do some, and we do what we can, but we certainly can't put in a new roof and stuff like that. So please consider funding some of these items that are being presented, because it would really help so many of our children in this town. And my daughter also wants to say something real quick. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Marin, and I have a couple things that are probably like smaller requests, but they're also probably easier to do. For example, I think Laura mentioned this earlier, the light in the kitchen. There's a light that that's like on the roof. And then when you try to open a cabinet, it's hard to get into because of that light, it hits it. So I've had trouble like getting into that cabinet to get stuff and also putting things back. And something else is that there's no Wi-Fi at the Scout House, which isn't a problem for a lot of people because they have phones with data. But I think it would be good to have for younger girls who don't have the phones that they can use hotspots for their laptops or have data to get on the phone. And also for people who don't have unlimited data and they don't want to waste it when they could have Wi-Fi. And yeah, and that would be good because a lot of times people want to do research on the computers for the badges that they're doing or other activities, and it would be nice if they could use that without having to like spend money on the data or need somebody else's hotspot. And a couple other things are that there aren't any smoke or carbon monoxide detectors, and those would be nice to have just in case for safety.
Or they don't work.
And the floors, there are some floors I think it's in the kitchen, that are like soft spots, and so we think it might be termite damage, and those might collapse, and that wouldn't be good. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you. Joni.
Okay, let's try Kirsten Marie.
You there, Kristen?
Let's see if it works.
Hello.
There she is. There she is.
Hi. How are you?
Hello. My name is Kirsten Wynn. I'm 10 years old. I am a Girl Scout junior in my Girl Scout troop 7485, which is part of North Redondo City Council. During a typical year, my troop meets weekly at the Anderson Scout House. Personally, I think the Scout House needs to be painted, and it also needs a new roof because the one it has is not safe. I am asking the city to budget money to save the Scout House so me and all my Girl Scout sisters can have our meetings in a nice, safe Scout House. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, let's see.
That was worth the wait.
Okay, so let's see, no more Zoom at this point. Just want to make sure anybody that's on a phone can do *9 to raise their hand. And then we're going to go off to e-comments. So go ahead, Vicki. Oh, wait a minute, we got a couple more here. Hold on.
There's more hands now.
Yeah, Darlene Gomez.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for hearing this tonight. My name is Darlene Gomez. I've been a Girl Scout leader for 25 years. I'm on my second troop with my granddaughter. I've lived in Redondo Beach for 60 years. And I have held Girl Scout meetings for the last 25 years there at the Scout House. And over the years, we've had a little bit of problems with the roof, and it was repaired. But most of the damage or the wear and tear on the outside has not been addressed in many years. I meet there in the evenings with my I have 6th grade. Well, now they're 7th graders. I have 15. And the tree out front, it blocks the street light. So there's no light onto the front doorstep. So it's very dark there. The girls like to go over to the park. I have to send someone over there with them just to make sure. But, having them go back and forth, the light there is not very good. I've had occasion to have to ask the young men to not ride their skateboards on the front porch and on the roof. They don't listen. And the interior parts, there are areas that I know there is a lot of termite damage. I know that the back bathroom, the girls can actually sit on the toilet and wash their hands. It's so close. I don't think that it's set up correctly back there. And storage. We definitely could use storage just for things that our service unit has been together for a long time, and they accumulate items that they lend to the troops. And it would be nice to have some adequate storage for the Girl Scout house. And I thank you for taking the time to hear this, and appreciate if we could have some funding for both the Scout houses. That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, Darlene. It's an honor to have a 6-year resident on. We need more of that.
Okay, so Desiree Galassi.
Hi. Are we up to pickleball yet?
Oh, you can go ahead and talk about it, Desiree. It's
Yay.
budget related.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Brand, council members, and staff. My name is Desiree Galassi. I'm a Redondo Beach resident and pickleball player, and also the author of a change.org petition, which has over 380 signatures supporting pickleball courts in Redondo Beach. If you've not seen the petition, I reference the explosion of the popularity of this family-friendly sport due to the fact that anyone at any age and skill level can easily learn and play the game. It's affordable, accessible, and uses up the least amount of square footage than a number of other sports. 4 pickleball courts take up the same area as 1 tennis court and can host up to 40 drop-in players in 1 hour. During COVID, it was glaringly apparent who the haves and have-nots were in terms of accessibility to play pickleball on an official court. Rightly so, our neighboring cities, with the exception of Torrance, ensured their own residents had priority access. In fact, Torrance, Manhattan, Hermosa, Palos Verdes, and El Segundo are part of over 8,500 official places to play nationwide, as listed by the USAPA Places to Play map. The USAPA also states that a 23% growth rate over the last 3 years and an estimated 4.2 million players play nationwide. So I have a burning question. Why does Redondo Beach still not have pickleball courts, as we are the second largest city among these neighboring cities? So my ask is for the council to vote to approve funds and fast track the construction of at least 6 dedicated pickleball courts for Redondo Beach. And since courts take time to build and summer is here and neighboring cities' courts are busting with players, I am also asking that 1 Redondo Beach tennis court be designated as dual purpose and allow pickleball players to access this 1 court 1 morning and 1 evening a week for a few hours until pickleball courts are ready. I have sent Zane Obaji a photo of a tennis court in Manhattan Heights, which has lines painted for pickleball. It is easy and inexpensive to do. Finally, I just want to thank my Councilman Zane Obaji for answering all my emails, and also to Laura MD for sending me a history on prior council meetings on this particular item. Clearly, the time is now for this project, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Desiree.
Next is Susan Nguyen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Nice. Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Susie, and I'm one of the many Girl Scout leaders that meet weekly at Anderson Scout House. I've been leading and teaching at the Scout House since about 2015, and the North Redondo Council as a whole takes great pride and ownership of their Scout houses, both the Girl Scout and Boy Scout house. We do our best to keep them in good working order, and the Scouts in my troop have built and maintained the free little library that sits on Vale and Farrell, and they've also planted and maintained the garden out in front of the Scout House. My troop has also led in several community service projects throughout the year that directly impact our city. And now we are asking for your help in funding the deferred maintenance to better service our future leaders, also known as Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Our Scouts would greatly benefit from this. I know the Boy Scouts as well could use some funding, but for the Girl Scout house, I know as many others before me has said, the roof could really use some help replacing the outside and the siding. It's falling off and chipping. The plumbing could really use help. A new water heater would be fabulous, as there is no hot water. At least there hasn't been any hot water since I've been there. As some of the other Scouts and leaders have said, the cabinets are falling apart. The drawers aren't super safe when the girls open them. They might fall out or even fall apart. These are just a few of my personal observations. By fixing the deferred maintenance, we would worry less about the safety, and then we could focus more on training up our next generation of future leaders. Our troop has been working on their government badge, and this is a great opportunity for them to see how their voices are heard to create change in the world. Many of them are watching or have spoke this evening in the meeting or on the call. And as Girl Scouts, we work together to make the world a better place. So thank you for partnering with me and training up our next generation of leaders.
Thank you, Susie.
Okay, so at this time we have no Zoom. So go ahead, Vicki. We have 8 comments or 8 comments.
Okay, the first comment was submitted by Jason Conroy, the chair of the Redondo Beach Budget and Finance Commission. And Mayor, you did reiterate all the points he makes. I can read it out loud as well, but that's what his comment is. So just let me know. I'm going to move on to the next one for the time being. Jen Lowry submits, I'm very disappointed to see you want to add a dog park / run to Perry Park. This is one very dangerous for anyone who would use the facility during baseball season, because that is where many home runs and foul balls end up. Second, it is taking away valuable limited space where hundreds of kids play baseball, soccer, or football on most weeks of the year. Allowing a spot for dogs in this park would also guarantee more people bring the dogs to the park to let them run free on the fields. Just a few days ago at a multi-city all-star baseball game, a resident who lives across the street from the park brought his 2 large 100-pound dogs over to the field. The one dog was not on a leash, and the owner allowed the dog to run free. It went onto the field, into center field, and took a poop. The irresponsible owner then went out, put a leash on the dog, and left without picking up the dog's mess. The game had to be stopped, and someone had to then go out and clean it up. This is not the first time this has happened. Allowing a dog run in any park area where kids are will just bring irresponsible owners, and our children should not have to worry about stepping in poop while playing in the parks. If you look at Dominguez, where they have a legal fenced-in park, many people use the surrounding areas of the park, including the baseball field and behind the field, as their personal dog runs because it has grass. Perhaps the city should consider updating Dominguez Dog Park with grass and keeping it up before ruining fields our children use for sports year-round. Regards, Jen Lowry. Submitted also by Miriam Butler. A dog run at Perry Park is a terrible idea. Many of the neighbors and anyone involved in the Redondo Beach Little League are saying the same thing. Every inch of that park is being utilized. Baseball, soccer, football are all played on the athletic section much of the year. There's a playground for kids, basketball courts that are also used for skating and pickleball. Green space is LS AM with limited space to eat. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Very bad idea to have dogs run without a leash right next to where the children play, even if fenced. Plus, we know that people are not the best at picking up their pets' poop. Are we really thinking that area will be maintained properly? Nobody wants to be smelling that when they are trying to enjoy a picnic. There is a scout house / senior center / preschool right next to one of the spots that's being recommended. The preschool and after school programs are up and running. Anderson Park is huge with a giant green space far from playground and sports fields. This would be a better option. Another would be to convince SCE to let us use some of their space. Submitted by Jennifer Solomon. Hello, I oppose a dog park at Perry Park for a number of reasons. First is a safety concern for people. Fights tend to happen a lot with big and small animals, and this can cause owners trying to break it up to get injured. Also, you are trusting people to monitor their animals. Lastly, most dog parks that are needed are due to the fact that there is no free walking space in the surrounding area. The area is not high traffic and provides plenty of free space for animals to walk with their owners. Additionally, most houses in the area have yards for animals to roam freely. The city should be looking at adding something to the park for teenagers, or something additional for children to utilize. Perhaps a free workout area similar to what Pollywog Park has in Manhattan Beach. Submitted by Angie Wang. I supported the proposed funding for the scout houses at Anderson Park. Both my kids are active in Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts. These houses are being sued by our kids on a regular basis for meetings and activities. Both houses are in need of improvements. In particular, the Girl Scout house has damage from termites and vandalism. The Boy Scout house needs a replacement for the aging garage door and new paint job. It is sad to see the conditions that these two houses are in. Both the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts give a lot for our community, and it's time for the community to show their support by helping them have a safe and clean place for their troops and packs to meet in. Thanks. submitted by Michelle Cohens. Dogs are not meant to be at parks where our babies and children go to play. We have a huge dog park right smack in the middle of the city. They can utilize that luxury. We need to keep our babies safe without the worry of dogs roaming around where kids run and feel safe on playgrounds and grassy areas. Submitted by Audrey Dodenhoff. I support the proposed funding for the Girl and Boy Scouts house at Anderson Park. My name is Audrey. I am 10 years old and I'm a Girl Scout with Troop 7485. I have been meeting at the Anderson Park Girl Scout house for about 5 years now. I have noticed the holes in the walls from the termites. I love my troop and we have so much fun. I hope they can repair the houses and keep them safe and clean for us to keep going there. Thank you. Submitted by William Hodgkiss. I support the proposed repairs to the Scout houses at Anderson Park. Both facilities support multiple Scout units, troops and/or Cub Scout packs, as well as serving as sites for adult leader training. My understanding is the city staff has identified the following possible repairs at the Boy Scout house. 1, replace and paint the siding of the garage, and 2, replace the garage door. I agree both repairs are needed. I recommend the city also consider the following repairs in the house. 1, replace the front, side, and rear door. All 3 show significant wear, and the rear door is now showing evidence of termite damage. 2, install a low-flow toilet in the restroom and a waterless urinal to reduce water use and associated costs. And 3, replace the closet door and/or the handle lock set. No key is available, so duct tape is being used to keep the door from being accidentally locked. Troop 788B very much appreciates the city providing the house and garage as a meeting place for our troop. Thank you for considering these investments to keep the facilities viable for many years of service to the community. Yours in scouting, Scoutmaster Troop 788B. And I'm sorry, there's another, it's actually the same submittal by William Hotchkiss, so I won't read that. So just let me know if you want me to reread Jason Conroy from the Budget and Finance Commission, or I can.
If it's the same thing that I just read, it's not necessary.
It is. I did check.
Yeah. Well, check it. Make sure it's the same thing. I basically read their recommendations. Yeah. So, and he had written in saying, "Hey, you didn't read our recommendations." So I wanted to make a point because I meant to last time to read everybody's recommendations. So. Any other public comment? And by the way, folks, when we get done discussing this, we can come back for any further comment. Any more right now, though?
None, Mayor.
Okay. Well, that was great. I'm glad we did that. I agree with Sheila Lamb. We need to have more budget meetings leading up to the budget. I notice a lot of other cities do that, and the council has many more meetings to discuss budget. Of course, we had a lot of very long council meetings going till 1 o'clock in the morning. So. But yeah, I hear that. And then, these traffic calming in the Dow Johnson Triangle. I mean, I'm looking at Budget Response Report 27, and number 13 is Dow Johnson Neighborhood Traffic Calming. Assessment completed. I assume that's a misprint, but assessment completed. So I'm sure that only took 2 years. Short-term solutions, including pavement markings, signage, and radar feedback devices to be installed in coming weeks. Some longer term solutions included in upcoming MBB projects. So this like in the coming weeks, I don't know, I asked Ted, are these Dow Johnson neighborhood traffic calming short-term solutions actually coming in the coming weeks? And what does coming weeks mean?
Yes, they are, Your Honor. That is material that has been ordered, especially like the radar feedback signs. Some of the channelization material that is going to be coming forward. And it's just a matter of coordination with the other work that our troops are working on. So it'll be coming shortly.
Okay.
Hold on. That's only half an answer. That's half an answer. That's the short term is coming and is ready to go. So now it'll tell them the rest of the answer of what's short.
Well, I think the long term, I mean,
Yeah, the long term are materials that we'll be working with the district councilwoman, and they will need to be designed. They are a significant capital cost. They are about $200,000 for those improvements, and that will be something that will be coming afterwards. It cannot be done in the short term period.
Well, his long term, I guess, Ted, a lot of people are, and I'm frustrated as well because I've seen a lot of these simple traffic calming things take forever. Petitions and Public Works Commission and studies and assessments and back and forth and back. But then it just takes forever. The longer term solutions in this area, what's the next step?
Well, there's several of them that are actually being designed as components, elements that were brought up through the community meetings, the Public Works Commission. They are parts of the Manhattan Beach Boulevard project, such as signal upgrades and improvements at Manhattan Beach Boulevard in Dow, the Class 2 bike facility, connectivity. Those are components that we will incorporate into other CIPs, such as the Manhattan Beach Boulevard improvement, and then the ones that are internal to the area or internal to the neighborhood. Those will need their own assessment and their own design, and that's the work that we'll be working with Councilwoman MD on in the future.
So if the residents want speed cushions, for example, because I don't see speed cushions anywhere, how do they get those?
Well, we do have the process for the speed cushions, and if they have not been supported at this point by a petition by the residents that live on that block, that's the initial part, initiating the speed cushion implementation. I believe a lot of these streets have already been assessed. If they were not assessed as part of the traffic calming or neighborhood study that was done, they would have to go through some data collection to confirm what the speeds are like and the support for the speed cushions. And then they'll be taken, once the petition is completed with the majority of the residents there, it'll go through the Public Works Commission and eventually to the City Council for approval and funding for implementation.
Okay, well, I hope, looking at the notes I took, Min, Ginger, and the other people who spoke with great concern about this, will look into that process. But on the other hand, it sure would be nice to be able to bypass that year-long process and making somebody go around and knock on doors and collect signatures. And, if we just want to try speed cushions, it'd be nice to be able to have the council member in whichever district be able to bypass that whole huge analysis that just takes forever. And I don't know how that could work, but somehow that ought to be able to happen when it's just so obvious in a place like this where people are willing to have speed cushions. It shouldn't take a year of analysis. So anyway, with that, I guess, is there anything else I just wanted to mention? Oh, one more thing. And Ted, maybe you can help with this. Obviously, there's skateboarding on the roof of the Scout House. So I guess we could temporarily put in some skate guards. Are you familiar with that, Ted, or no?
We're slightly familiar. It's not the same as it is on the curbs that we've seen in other facilities, Your Honor. This is people that are actually climbing on the roof. They're gaining access to the roof from nearby walls and other facilities. It is a lower roof structure. Mike, I know you've been out there. You've looked at some of the ideas. It really is mostly restricting the access to, not necessarily a street type skate stopper. Mike?
Mayor and Council, Mike Klein, Deputy Public Works Director. The biggest issue is that with a flat roof and some of the access points, the skate guards, similar to like the ones that we're installing down at down in the Riviera right now to slow down some of the skaters, it's just not feasible, and they don't really work well. What they're doing is that they're skating off of a flat portion of the roof and literally jumping sometimes to the ground or off of obstacles that they've set up. So it's not something that would be easy. We'll have to go through there, take a look at it, and see what other type of barriers that we could build. And we'd really have to take a really good analysis of the whole building in total environmentally. Also to take a look at what we'd have to do a lot of the repairs on this. So in general, we do have a tree that's out front that should probably be cut down. It's not a large tree, but it gives them enough to climb up on, along with the basically the shelter, not the shelter, but the awning that is out front may have to be sacrificed and something else built so that they can't try to skate off of that.
Well, I certainly don't want to cut down a tree to stop the skateboarding off the roof. I think most people would agree with that. But, just a quick fix. I mean, there must be something, put up, sticks or something around the roof to keep the kids from going up there with a sign or something. I don't know what the answer is, but there's got to be something simple that can be done to temporarily anyway, without doing a full assessment of the whole house.
Be taking a look at it.
Okay. Thanks, man. And thanks, Ted. Okay. Yeah, because we had probably no less than 10 people calling in tonight about skating off the roof. That seems like a quick fix. Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy, thank you, Mayor. First question is, how much a year do we contribute from our budget to the capital improvement plan or to our capital expenditures? Do we have an estimate on that?
Yeah, sure, Councilman. Historically, at year end, when we adopt the city's comprehensive annual financial report, which occurs in the November-December timeframe, we'll allocate, our policy goal is to allocate $1 million of general fund savings to then be appropriated in the subsequent capital improvement project budget. That's been our stated goal. We've been very good about that over the years. In fact, I would say we've exceeded that goal typically. Our last CAFR was the first time in memory where we were not able to allocate that $1 million, and that was due to the COVID situation. So,
is most of the money in the capital improvement plan coming from outside sources? Is that the deal?
The vast majority is. If you look at our plan this year, our roughly $20 million of appropriations, virtually all of that is coming from per capita transportation restricted sources or other external grant funds.
All right, because I guess I'm thinking about this in the context of BRR 15 about the scout houses, having heard the residents. But when you see that it says in the near future, the following major repairs will be needed to the Girl Scout house and about $200,000 of repair. So when we say near future, what do we mean there? Whoever wrote this BRR, and I thank you for writing it.
Ted?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just getting the BRR as we're talking.
Page 224 of the BRRs.
Right.
BRR 15. If you control F scout, you should be able to find it.
Right, Councilman. I'm not seeing the $200,000 reference that you're making.
It's on BRR number 15, page 2 of 2. To replace the roof, replace all exterior windows, doors, and siding. Adding stucco is an option to make the exterior more durable. Substantial framing upgrades. Well, here's my point. Is after that, then it goes on to the CIP contains an unfunded project, Anderson Park Community Center, Phase 8, that estimates the cost to replace both structures at $7.64 million in 2008 dollars. So. I don't want to put money towards a short-term fix if we're going to undertake the long-term fix, but and apparently we haven't allocated money to the long-term fix. So how soon do we need to undertake that short-term fix?
Well, I think the short-term fix, if the money is allocated, we can get through into the design and construction phase. And you've seen us go through it. We know it takes time. And unfortunately, with these things, it's not a matter of a like-for-like replacement. We have to make sure that the structures are up to current standards as we do the upgrades on them. There may be ADA compliance issues that we have to go through and address. I think the point there was that there was a master plan that was conducted and approved by the city. There was a price tag that was identified for a community center there. And it's really policy direction from the city council, whether we want to go through that implementation of the master plan, or do you want to go through these repairs? And if the council gives us direction to go through the repairs of the existing, then by all means, if that is allocated funding, then it will be programmed into the design and implementation phase.
And if we adopted the master plan or said go ahead with the master plan, how would you get that $7.64 million?
Well, then that would be coming back through the CIP program in order to identify that kind of funding for it.
And if I could provide a little more context to Councilman, that master plan included a singular structure, a singular community center that would incorporate the senior center activities. We had an old after-school program site that's no longer there, that's been demolished, and then the two scout houses in a consolidated space that would sort of multi-purpose. We don't see us, just candidly, that master plan was approved years ago. I do not see us having the funds anytime soon, or even really identifying a future source of funds to allow us to execute that master plan to its stated intent. I really do think at this point, as we address Anderson Park, we should be looking at more of a maintenance repair effort than a sort of future construction effort. We just won't, I just don't see those funds being available.
That's essentially the question I want to read out. But generally, as it's, I want to comment to the council on and the community on the rest of this stuff, is that there is a lot of infrastructure in our city that needs repair or total demolition and replacement. And so long as we're in a low interest rate environment, we just saw right now the kind of savings we can realize relative to the pension bond obligations. We really need to think about from on a large scale upgrading our city's infrastructure. It's about time to do that and undertaking that obligation. But that's why I also wanted to know what kind of debt burden we could carry on an annual basis if we were to do that, because obviously we expected to pay our pension line obligation in the amount of $15 million every year so we could service the bond, but I'm not exactly seeing how we'd service the infrastructure bond. But in any event, hopefully somebody will put that on the agenda at some point. But moving on, I guess to the residents who spoke up, I'll tell you that I floated the idea of a Perry Park dog run. It was very unpopular, and I'm not into doing things that people don't want. I heard you guys, so I'm not going to be advancing a Perry Park dog run. I have seen public comments about $650,000 to pickleball courts. I didn't see anywhere a BRR or capital improvement plan about pickleball courts. Did I miss something, or was there no such thing yet?
I'm not aware of a specific amount associated with the final build out of facilities. What we do have in the budget, and this is in our proposed capital plan, is $15,000 to effectively begin a pre-conceptual design effort with our community services and engineering team to identify where and how best we should install pickleball. We've talked a little bit about this in our prior hearings. We're seeing drop-in activity in various parkettes. We're seeing the desire in the community to see new courts installed. We certainly share that desire, but we have to do it in the right place. Pickleball is a loud sport. It can create impacts for residents. We want to find the right location and build it out properly. The $15,000 in the budget will help us initiate that work and ultimately pick a good spot or two throughout the community that can house this on a longer term basis.
Mr. Rosansky, if we increase that amount, let's make it 30,000, is that going to help us really get the ball rolling on determining the locations, or is this kind of like 15,000 is going to do the whole job?
I think 15 will get us moving. Anything you supplement with would just simply be set aside for future installation and construction, right? So let's say, as an example, we identify an existing concrete pad that could be quickly converted to pickleball. Well, that money, that supplemental money could be used to actually install the striping, put in the pickleball equipment, the nets, et cetera, and then initiate the project. If we're going to have to build a set of new courts somewhere, we find a green space or a converted parking area or whatever we think ultimately works, where we're going to construct anew, we're going to definitely need more money to complete that effort. So some money, I think any money applied to the project can help us, whether it's the design effort or ultimate execution.
And I suppose going back to just more questions. Going back to BRR, so my spreadsheet's open. All right, decision packet number, it's called number 1 here. I guess the homelessness one, the enhanced response to homelessness, I think that was 24 or so. Just a question for the city attorney, I suppose. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Webb. Assuming we upgrade these senior deputy prosecutors, the homeless housing navigator is going to need to be recurring. Assuming we hire somebody, we need to give them ongoing employment. City law software, is that ongoing? Is that something that we need on an ongoing basis? I think you do have it as ongoing, but
yeah, it's $8,000 is the 1 year increase, is the 1 year initial subscription. I think it's $1,600 a year for the ongoing subscription.
Okay, so can we just make that the decision package, that 8,000, if whoever moves on it.
You can make it. You can make that one time, and
then ongoing 1,600.
Yeah.
All right, and then the contract attorney is something you're going to need on a regular basis for 25,000 a year.
Well, I want to see. It depends on how much. It really depends if somebody gets ill, somebody goes out on family leave. We need to backfill. What we typically do, let's say we don't use it, then I probably won't come back for it next year, and have it in the carryover budget.
So I will just recommend that we make CityNet one time so that we keep on our toes, we keep monitoring the situation on the ground, and we remain reactive rather than just get complacent and let this thing keep rolling and not really pay attention to what the homeless situation is in our city. Obviously, same with the city vehicle and the yeah, I think that's all the stuff that we can limit the contract attorney to one time. So I'll just share my opinion on that. And what else? I think that could be it. Just give me 1 second. Make sure. You know, I realized I had this question for the transportation person, but she's not here, and she answered them generally. But I suppose, so y'all know, I did ask the transportation consultant that we work with whether we could avoid the costs at decision package 49 and 16, investing more in the compression gas vehicles, because frankly, they're loud and they still pollute, and maybe save that money towards electric vehicles, electric buses. But the answer is pretty much no. We have an obligation to supplement or to fund these as part of our regional transportation obligation. So doesn't seem like we can skimp out on those two decision packages. So that is about it as far as my comments. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Okay, so let me provide a little bit of clarity on the Dow Johnson Beeland traffic calming. When Matt Kilroy left this position, he gave me a list of his still to do items. All right. And Dow Johnson was on them. So they had already gone through 2 traffic studies for speed cushions. And each time they didn't qualify for them. So then I showed up and I go, let's try one more, guys. Let's try one more. We didn't have to go through the signatures. We went ahead and kind of speeded it through, if you will. And again, they didn't qualify for speed cushions. So I sat down with Jean and with Ted and I said, you guys, we need to do something, because this is a problem that's been happening for, well, let's see, I've been here 6 years. So it's now 10 years that they've been working on trying to get speed calming in that area, traffic calming in that area. So Jean came out, they did a complete study of the whole area. It was Beeland, Dow, Johnston, that entire area, because down Beeland, we have major speeding because of the fact the street's so wide, and therefore he did an entire assessment, which is what he means by the assessment's complete. We already have a full to-do list. We did a community meeting. We've done 2 of them with the Dow Johnson Beeland people specifically. It was packed that night. It was over 100 people at my community meeting. We talked about the traffic calming, and in that room we hashed out what we were willing to do and what we weren't willing to do. Like one of the callers said, we have 2 people that have said we volunteer to put the cup bulb outs in front of our houses so that there's a shorter crosswalk so that our kids can go back and forth to our different houses. And it happened to be kind of in the middle of the street. So all of those things have been discussed. and agreed to. There's certain things in the long term that we're going to have to kind of revisit because it's been so long since we've had this meeting to make sure that everybody's on board with it. But this has been going on for 10 years. And the assessment and all that, we were starting to work on, then the pandemic hit. So getting it on here is the first time we were able to get it on the capital improvement and the budget with the traffic calming. And I thought we had it all taken care of in the traffic calming. And then when the BRR, you read out what the traffic calming budget included, that's when I noticed that it was only half the project was included in the traffic calming budget. So that's why we need another 200,000 to do a complete, to finish the entire assessment that's already been done on that Dow Johnson, which is why I said to Ted, it's only half an answer, because yes, right now we can do the short term, but we also have a long term that needs design work and all that. And it should be, right now I'm being told, about $200,000. Going on to scout houses. And so you can imagine
on that one, Laura, because I want to say something about the speed.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Look, I've been up here a long time, and we've had things come to us that don't meet the qualifications, quote unquote, for a stop sign, for speed cushions, or whatever. Just bring it to the council and make a motion. And if you've got agreement and people want to install it and everybody wants it, just do it. I just make them. And if you have the people that have agreed to it, I say just do it. And stop.
But let me tell you, speed cushions, when we sat in the room, in that big room together, and we talked about it, speed cushions was not a favorite for people. They actually liked this other assessment much better. And they liked the ideas that Gene came forward with, because the speed cushion was actually a little bit of a controversy. There's about 180 families there. And so to get 180 people to agree, you can imagine we can't get 5 of us to agree sometimes. So, so it was the fact that we had this plan that most people really agreed on, it was a huge win. And so I don't want to lose that momentum for this particular.
Well, I hear you. I heard a lot of talk about simple, quick things. And
those are in the traffic calming, and those are ready to go. And that will be welcomed. And like Ted said, that should be in the next few weeks. And so that's great.
Yeah, we don't have to, let me just reiterate, you don't have to meet these qualifications, because I've seen they come to the council and just say, well, we don't care because the residents are here and they want speed cushions, and we give them to them.
Right.
So there you go.
Right. So, we did it through the process. We've done all that. And we just need that final push to get it to finally go through. So that's all. That's what this is about, is we want to make sure that happens. Moving on to scout houses. No one's saying that they have to take down the tree, but they definitely need to trim the tree. I'm going to see if I'm not very good at this, but let me just share my screen with a few of the, actually, can you see the, oh no, wait, hold on. Let me stop that. That's not the right one.
It's bad enough.
There. Okay, let me try that. Okay, so just to give you an idea, that right here, that's with the kind of condition that the scout houses are in. If this kind of all the windows, all the different sidings, everything this is the garage door and what it looks like. This is the side of the house is actually falling off of the garage door. That's a little bit of a close-up. This is what it looks like on the side. And this is the awning for the Girl Scout house. And what they do is they climb up this tree. Actually, this next one's a little better. They climb up this tree. It's a flat roof, and they skate off, and they use this as a launching ramp to go off. To land on the ground here. That's what they're doing with that. So just to give you kind of a visual what the Girl Scouts are saying on what is happening in that and why that's happening on there. And so as Mr. Obaji pointed out about the BRR, the 200,000 was to replace the roof. I'd ask for, I go, how much would it cost to actually really fix up this place so that it's do the maintenance of it? And that's, those are the kind of numbers that I'm going to come back with in the motion to kind of make sure that we fix all of those things that they've noticed is broken. And and in addition to what the Boy Scouts have done as well. So it's time to fix them. And again, this is kind of me trying to finish off those lists, because that community center that was $7.6 million, I think it was, that was in 2008 dollars. And that was, again, done long before I was on council. And we've never had the money to implement phase 8 of Anderson Park. And maybe that's why we haven't put a lot of money into those. But just so we're all clear, these houses were donated to the city with the deed restriction that they be used for scouts and for youth programs. That's what they were deeded for. And so we need to maintain them, and we need to maintain them so they're at a level that we can be proud of as Redondo Beach residents. And then what we didn't have too much verbal participation, but I want to make sure you guys saw that the senior center also needs a little bit of love. And we don't own that house. That building that's owned by the school district. But we do need to do some maintenance and address the concerns of what the residents want in that. I don't know what the idea of that senior center was when it first started, but maybe seniors were different back then. But now seniors demand exercise classes, and they're very active, and they, when their exercise classes happen, they're completely crammed in there, and the heat is too much for them. They actually have to go out into the patio. So we need to make sure that they have a PA system that can work in both inside and outside. I'm also, I understand, I was told that at a meeting this morning, the seniors were told that that Veterans Park Senior Centers is going to get some shade in their patio. Can someone answer to me about how much that's going to cost? Does anybody know that? And while you're looking that up, and so they need some kind of air circulation. They need a PA system, and they need their vinyl floor changed out of that area to help them with the different changes of how they use that clubhouse.
Well, maybe let Mike Watansky answer those questions, if he can.
Well, that's kind of a surprise question.
That's all right.
I have not heard about additional shade being provided at Veterans Park. I'm assuming you're referring to the patio area next to the senior center there. I don't know if Mike Klein or Ted or perhaps Cameron might be aware of some planned improvements there, but I have not heard that.
No, because granted, it was a senior who told me that, and it was told to me like this: well, if veterans can have shade, I guess I'm going to have to switch my membership to Veterans Park. And I'm just like, oh my God, I better make sure there's shade at Anderson Park. So if you guys are, if you're considering shade at Veterans Park, we would really love shade at Anderson Park, because again, they're exercising out there when they use it as an overflow area, and they could really use some shade when they're exercising out there. As far as I want to say I'm so proud of all the young scouts that came out, and I just love it when the young people come and participate in government, and they pull at my heartstrings and make me a little sentimental. So I'm really proud of all of them that came out. It takes a lot of courage to come out in public to do so. And a comment about, I've got two more. Sorry, the comment about the budget workshops. San Diego has a very good model. I agree with Sheila on this, is that they have there's actually companies that come out and do models of for the budget. They do these budget workshops in which they actually tell everybody, okay, here's the money we have, how would you spend it? And then they kind of start having a conversation of what that looks like. I think that would be very beneficial at some point for us as well. And lastly, the most popular one so far on our talked about is the pickleball courts. Where this money comes from is actually, Mr. Obagi, I had sent you an email with the whole history of it. And in those reports, John LaRock had already done kind of a mini, if you want to call it, feasibility study in which he identified different sites that they could be proposed. He also stated that it was $6,000 to do a conversion of tennis courts to pickleball courts. And that was only about $6,000. But if you guys all remember, we've had a conversation about pickleball courts, and none of the tennis court people wanted to change them, wanted to give any time up for that. So there are other cities that do morning conversions where they just do it in the morning and come out. And the only place we could possibly do that is Alta Vista. And I would refer to Nils on whether he'd be up for allowing one tennis court to be converted, in the mornings or something along those lines. But originally, I had done 650,000 is what I was thinking it was based on John LaRock's report. But after I read it, and Christian pointed this out to me, I was misreading it, that it was 75,000 per court. It's actually 75,000 what accommodated more than one court. So we could do, including improvements. You need to make sure that when you look at the dirt lot over by the basketball court, it's going to need some major improvements. So you can't just kind of nickel and dime it down to 75,000 for the 4 courts, because we could fit 8 courts in that area, and you're going to need to do some other stuff to go around it. So you could probably get away with about 300 to 350,000 to accommodate all the pickleball courts in that area. Does that answer your question, Mr. Obaji?
Yeah, but I'd really like to see this stuff in writing from the staff.
Well, it is from the staff. I sent it to you. It's the when you were talking to Desiree.
I just opened up my email to actually dig that up, so I'll do that while everybody else makes their motions.
Okay, so anyway, so my point is that I'm not sure how much more is a feasibility study that's going to do more than what John LaRock did. What else would this feasibility study include?
It's going to include pre-engineering analysis at sites. That's the thing. John's work from several years back now is going to be very generic. We're using sort of broad, high-level cost estimates for court installation, assuming sort of a brownfield development, right? Converting a parking lot is going to have slope and grade issues. It's going to have access issues. It's going to have reconfiguration issues associated with parking, drive aisles, etc., fencing, security. Every site has its own unique analysis, right? So what the pre-engineering work will do is go to various optional locations and determine what the various costs would be on a more detailed basis. So then we can make more informed decisions. I don't think at this juncture we necessarily need to have the project fully funded from a construction standpoint. I'd rather see us go through the analysis first. But if you want to put additional money towards pickleball, so we might be able to do some minor conversions early on, additional striping, maybe some temporary use, adaptation of other concrete pads that might be large enough to accommodate pickleball on a short-term basis as a trial. Some additional supplemental funding beyond the 15K would help execute that kind of an effort.
And how much?
Yeah, that to me, probably, 50K, something like that. 25 to 50,000, and anything helps at this point. And ultimately with that, we're able to maybe do something more immediately, right? To build pickleball courts the right way, we're going to have to go through a traditional CIP, plans and specifications, bidding, construction. That's going to take more time, and it's going to take more than, tens of thousands of dollars.
Right, but again, we've been talking about pickleball. Like you said, that report is a few years old. I think it's only a couple, by the way. Yeah, I don't think it was that long.
2 years, I think. 2.
Yeah, at most, it was 2 years. And so we had promised we'd go look into this, and I think we need to make sure we put the funding behind this capital improvement project so that we can get this moving forward and actually have some courts built. And if we don't use it all to be able to do some conversion, that's fine. But based on our last meeting, people did not want to do tennis court conversions. They didn't want to give up their tennis courts. And so as we've seen, from my estimate of all the participation today, 68% of the people that called in were all about pickleball. And it's really a popular sport that has come up. And to your point that it is loud and we have to be careful on where to put it in. I think if we put it over on aviation, it's going to alleviate a lot of those concerns and not have it in the middle of a neighborhood. But so I hope that clarifies why these things are so important to me and why they're so important to the residents, is that some of these things we've been working on for 10 years, some have been working on for a while, and some have just been neglected for years upon years. And so we need to move forward with some of these things to make them happen, especially, as you said, in the low interest rate market that we're in, to be able to take advantage of that. Okay, I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Thank you, Councilmember MD. Councilmember or Mike Webb, you had a comment? Mike?
Yeah, if I could just get Councilwoman MD to send the email that she sent to Councilmember Obaji to the city.
I know, I knew it,
so that she can distribute it to the rest of the council.
It's easy for me to forward to.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, could you do that? Because I'm not on that computer.
Yeah, if you could send that to the city clerk, and if you can receive and file.
Sure.
That'd be great. I knew, as soon as I heard you sent something related, whatever, to the budget, however, and not
right. It wasn't at the time. I wasn't thinking budget. I was thinking of answering. I think it was Desiree Galassi's question. She had.
Yeah, but the fix is just to share it, right?
Right.
That's what he's saying.
And can you send that to everyone? Because I like to see it right now before we vote. Or actually,
well, just if you could send it to the clerk, and the clerk will send it to all.
Perfect. Thank you.
We'll do that.
And Eleanor.
Okay.
Don't mean to leave you off, Vicky, but I think that would be redundant. All right.
I can find it on my other computer, but if you can't find it.
Yeah, well, you guys figure that out. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, if there was no further questions, I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, let's make sure there are no more public comment. No more public comments, Eleanor?
We have one e-comment, and I don't see anybody who hasn't spoken. Can you please raise your hand? Otherwise, we have one e-comment. So Vicki, you want to read that?
Thank you. Submitted by Susan Higgins. Totally support bringing pickleball courts to Redondo Beach and Desiree Galassi's position. I have been a resident of Redondo Beach for 31 years. Started playing pickleball in 2016 and continue to play in other cities when I can get on a court. Request that funds be budgeted for the construction of dedicated pickleball courts in Redondo Beach. Pickleball will continue to grow, and courts in the city are needed for its residents. And that concludes the comment.
Okay, is that it for public comments?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second. Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember MD. Any objection? Okay, I don't know. I'll just any objections? Okay, I'm not hearing any objection. Okay, so the public hearing is closed.
And then I would like to make a budget motion. I will share my screen. And I am going to email this to everyone as of now. So I'd like to make a motion to, number one, approve the city manager's fiscal year 21-22 budget decision packages, as is with the following exceptions. Decision package 25, the enhanced response to homelessness, revised to reflect a one-time appropriation from the vehicle replacement fund of $40,000 for a vehicle purchase, and return with a discussion about how to adjust the fund accordingly. Revised to make city net allocation for 2 outreach navigators a one-time use. Decision package 36, legal services for power plant property matters, use a one-time appropriation from decision package 57 to only fund $60,000 for number one, the existing CEQA petition, and a one-time appropriation of $37,200 from the general fund for partial number 3, which is the CDP application for dewatering system. Decision package 57, use of bond issue proceeds for reimbursement of the 2021 CalPERS UAL payment. reimburse an additional $7,121,825 to the city for one-time capital and support expenditures as outlined in motions sections 1, 2, 3, and 4. Section 2, approve the city manager's budget 2021 to 2026 CIP as is with the following exception. CIP page 5, the drainage improvement project construction, appropriate one-time $200,000 from DP 57 to replenish the fiscal year 21-22 annual funding that was removed. CIP page 16, the Beryl Street drainage and street improvements, appropriate one-time $27,500 from DP 57 to replenish to ensure that larger, more mature tree boxes are installed to replace existing trees. CIP page 19, the citywide slurry seal program, appropriate one-time $800,000 from DP 57 to allow for a $400,000 annual program. CIP page 26, the residential street reconstruction deferred maintenance, appropriate one-time $1 million from DP 57 to address the program. CIP page 27, the residential street rehabilitation, appropriate one-time $1 million from DP 57 to supplement the program. CIP page 28, Ringe Lane resurfacing. Accelerate Ringe Lane design to use a portion of Prop C monies dedicated to Artesia in fiscal year 21-22 and elongate the Artesia Boulevard project design process, page 13, allowing for further time to solicit public input and consider a true complete streets project in accordance with the ACAP findings, council direction, and the parking study. Accelerate Ringe Lane resurfacing to fiscal year 22-23. CIP page 31, traffic calming improvements. Appropriate one-time $200,000 from DP 57 to enhance existing citywide CIP program. CIP page 55, pickleball court feasibility study. Appropriate one-time $300,000 from DP 57 for implementation after study. Number 3, in addition, regarding the following budget response reports as follow. BRR 1, budget corrections and adjustments approved. BRR 7 and 7.1 dog runs, appropriate one-time $120,000 from DP 57 and create a new capital improvements project pursuant to potential future council direction to pursue separate installations at multiple locations. BRR 11, executive search firm, appropriate one-time $30,000 from DP 57 in case the council decides to pursue. BRR 12, enhanced safety on Artesia, enhance one-time $40,000 from DP 57 to address alternative 2 solutions for Ringe, Felton intersections. BRR 14, Anderson Senior Center, appropriate one-time $11,500 from the Quimby Fund to add a public address system and replace the vinyl flooring. BRR 15, Anderson Scout Houses, create a new capital improvements project and appropriate one-time $50,000 from the Quimby Fund to address itemized repairs to both Scout Houses. Appropriate one-time $300,000 from DP 57 to address major Scout House repairs. BRR 27, traffic calming. Create a new capital improvements project and appropriate one-time $250,000 from DP 57 to the Beeland Dow Johnson traffic calming strategies, including bulb outs and landscape center medians. BRR 30, irrigation lines on the North Redondo Beach right-of-way. Create a new capital improvements project and appropriate one-time $200,000 from DP 57 to address capital costs and staff overtime to address the row from Robinson down to Inglewood. BRR 34, the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center deferred maintenance, create a new capital improvements project and appropriate one-time $925,000 from DP 57 to address all deferred maintenance. BRR 42, Townsend Parquet fence, appropriate one-time $6,325 from DP 57 for fence and gate purchase / installation. BRR 43, North and South Slope Dominguez Park erosion and planting, expand scope of current CIP, Dominguez Park Play Equipment and Walkways Project, page 48, and appropriate one-time $200,000 from DP 57 addressing near and long-term solutions beyond existing funding in CIP, page 51. BRR 45, South Bay Center SPE LLC agreement, approve and appropriate the revenues and expenditures as described in the BRR. BRR 51, code enforcement staffing. Appropriate one-time $62,000 from DP 57 for potential overtime and or part-time hours to supplement services if deemed necessary by the Redondo Beach Police Department. BRR 53, election/charter changes regarding RCV, ranked choice voting. Appropriate one-time $150,000 from DP 57 for potential charter amendment to allow for ranked choice voting or star voting options. BRR 54, Library Commission feedback. Appropriate one-time $8,000 from DP 57 for library technology expansion upgrades. Section 4, in addition, part-time seasonal public works park crews. Appropriate one-time $150,000 from DP 57 for 4 part-time employees to assist park maintenance crews in a seasonal capacity. South Bay Fiber Network expansion, create a new capital improvements project, and appropriate one-time $1 million from DP 57 for a general plans and specs to study design expansion of conduit to major arterials, collectors, and business districts primarily, and then residential secondarily. And then finally, tree canopy, create a new capital improvements project and appropriate one-time $100,000 from DP 57 for funding and expansion of potential trees throughout the city using larger box options. And that is the motion.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen. Well, maybe not. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, with that, I guess we'll go to Councilmember Lawrence.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion, and I will email to you all so you can see it. Okay, and I will be sharing my screen as well. So follow with me. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. My motion goes as follows. Accept BRR1 with corrections and adjustments. Approve the 2021 through 26 CIP. Accept decision packages 1 through 10 with $144,000 added to decision package 1 for a potential charter change election related to ranked voting. Accept decision package 11, streetlights, with any money saved, which is approximately $70,000 from participating in the LS1 option E program is going into the general fund. Accept decision packages 12 through 21. Accept decision package 22, which is the Public Works Department Harbor Enterprise Reduction, approved for spending $150,412 out of the Thailands and wastewater for building maintenance worker and maintenance worker 1 plus remainder coming out of the general fund. Continue the freeze of the public services lead worker. Accept decision packages 23 through 24. Accept decision package 25, the homeless program. Pass all, but consider leasing or purchasing the vehicle out of the vehicle replacement fund, and only $85,000 or 6 months of the CityNet contract for one-time appropriation. Remainder of the other 6 months is considered as part of CAFR, a homeless advocate assigned to the police department. Accept decision packages 27 through 31. Decline decision package 32 for further review, which is the fire inspection program, not funded and suspended for reevaluation in September, October timeframe. Retask dedicated personnel for other work. Accept decision packages 33 and 34. Accept decision package 35, which is the ISF cost allocation process. Actually, no, decline that, sorry. Decline decision package 35, ISF cost allocation process, referred to the Budget and Finance Commission before any agreement is signed, so it's not funded. So I'll change that to decline. Accept decision package 36 is legal for AES, funded for $400,000 with $200,000 from the Emergency Communications Fund and $200,000 from the Vehicle Replacement Fund, with the remainder presented at a later date by City Attorney to the City Council. Discussion about adjustments to funds to follow, which is the discussions about the Emergency Communications Fund and the Vehicle Replacement Fund. So bring that back at a future date in terms of discussions. Accept decision packages 37 through 38. Accept decision package 39, IT equipment replacement, with an additional $40,000 from the IT replacement fund for website redesign. Accept decision packages 40 through 41. Accept decision package 42, the police technology service contract funded from the emergency communications fund. Put out an RFP this year for next year. Future discussions about the fund impacts, as I mentioned before. Accept decision package 43, parking meters, with the exception of not placing parking meters on Redondo east of Francisca and adding more meters from Redondo to Catalina on Francisca and Gertruda. Accept decision packages 44 through 54. Accept decision package 55, but delay the purchase of fire battalion chief vehicle until later in the fiscal year. So reduce the appropriation of the fire battalion chief vehicle from $191,000 to $133,000. Accept decision package 56. Accept decision package 57. Bond proceeds accepted with interest only payment for 2021 through 2022 of approximately $5 million. $2.5 million, roughly $2,020,000 to general fund and $450,000 to other funds to balance these funds, and the remainder going to the following CIP projects. $450,000 for modernization of the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, $400,000 from the Major Facilities Reconstruction Fund, and $105,000 carryover on from the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center roof for a total of $955,000. $600,000 or $100,000 per district and $100,000 for the mayor for parks and road and infrastructure projects as seen fit by each individual representative. $1 million for the Seaside Lagoon and $500,000 allocation from Moonstone Park to the Seaside Lagoons for a total of $1.5 million. $250,000 for Wilderness Park Pond refurbishment. $100,000 for Moldy Marquee sign. $300,000 for pavers in Riviera Village. $250,000 for paving Garnett between Broadway and Francisca. $25,000 for playground equipment repair in Vincent Park. $400,000 total to renovate pier bathrooms, $100,000 of which from the bathrooms next to the bike path in the garage, $200,000 for the bathrooms on the International Boardwalk, and $100,000 for the bathroom next to pad 10. $50,000 for pickleball courts at Franklin Park concrete pad and Alta Vista Park to start with. Remainder after the first year interest only payment goes unencumbered to capital projects 300 fund. Okay. $240,000 in the Major Facilities Reconstruction Fund for window replacement design at City Hall. Frozen positions restored except the library clerk for $71,056 and public services lead worker. And with money saved from the general fund from the decision packages, the following projects to be funded for a total of $589,625. $75,600 for code enforcement, 2 part-time code enforcement officers from outside the organization at 20 hours a week each, and 1 part-time for 10 hours a week. $30,000 for possible executive search firm. Excuse me 1 second. $107,625 for dog runs and annual maintenance in the following parks: Alta Vista, Andrews or Perry, and Franklin or Lilienthal. $8,000 for increases of library software costs as recommended by the Library Commission. $5,000 for extending Wilderness Park hours for July and August of 2021 and June of 2022. $50,000 for County Fire Study, LA County Fire Study. $30,000 membership in the National League of Cities and travel expenses and other conferences. $5,400 for annual cell phone reimbursement for the City Council and Mayor. $60,000 in Civic Center landscape improvements. $60,000 for 2 part-time public works workers for groundskeeping and parks maintenance. $144,000, as mentioned before, for charter change election. $10,000 to change Rec and Parks and Public Works to meeting one time a month, and have them meet once a quarter, have Public Works meet once a quarter on environmental issues with the Public Works Commission. $4,000 for 2 additional mulch giveaways. And we will have a policy discussion on facility usage. I'm sorry?
Is that mulch or compost? Because I saw a BRR on compost as 2,000 per.
Same difference.
It's the same thing. Okay. Policy discussion on facility usage for public facilities. Bring back to council discussion for BRR and the sailing, for the BRR of the sailing club. So we'd like to bring that for a discussion, and come back with an ordinance update for electronic signage. And then finally, from the Wilderness Park money that's already been appropriated, which has approximately $150,000 left, $100,000 from the money in the Wilderness Park Fund for refurbishment of the community center and restrooms at Wilderness Park. $15,000 from the traffic calming project account for stop signs at Monterey and Anita, as well as Spencer and Juanita, and speed cushions west of Catalina on the grade at Torrance Boulevard or Torrance Circle. And then finally, $50,000 from the traffic calming project fund for Riviera Village pedestrian and traffic safety. And believe it or not, that's it.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
So with this allocated, how much money is unallocated from the savings on just paying just paying $5 million on our bond obligation?
Approximately $4.745 million. So about 4.7 million.
Yeah, Councilman, and our apologies on that. When we ran the numbers earlier, I think the spreadsheet did not account for the original DP tranche. I just received this from Marnie. I've got an updated figure on that account. The number in the spreadsheet, and we can share it if you need it, that would be either miscellaneous or per the motion would be transferred to the Capital Projects Fund if it were approved, is $2,725,000. So a bit of a swing there.
Yeah. How much was that again? Would you say it again?
It's $2,725,000 per the updated spreadsheet I just received. The original calc did not incorporate the $2.5 million that was already dedicated or pledged under DP 57. So it's a little under $3 million in the final tally.
Could you post that spreadsheet, Mike?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure can.
Sorry, 2.7?
2.725. I can post this for you now if you'd like.
Sorry, and what does this number represent? It represents
leftover general fund saving 57, assuming the interest only payment as projected to be $5 million. That would be unallocated per the previous motion.
Sorry, unallocated, taking into consideration Mr. Lowenstein's motion is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Could you share that, Mike? The other amount of money goes where?
The other amount of money, well, other enterprise funds, of course, would receive savings in this as well. I'll have Marnie provide that detail. It's a little under $2 million that would be dedicated to other funds. Let me see if I can share this for you here. Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Here is what Councilman's motion looks like per sort of how we break it down through our Excel doc from a one-time ongoing and other funds standpoint. You can see the various expenses here segregated. Down here are the specific appropriations assigned to DP 57. And then this is your discretionary residual here at 2.725 based on the appropriations that have been made in the motion. And then over here are the other savings that would be accrued to the other funds. And this would be in addition to the savings stated in the original decision package, which were, I think, about $500,000. So this would accrue to other fund balances in other enterprise areas, i.e. Harbor Uplands, Harbor Tidelands, et cetera.
Do they have to be allocated completely to that?
It would not. You could take action as part of your motion to make subsequent appropriations in those accounts if you'd like. They would have to be applicable to those sources of funds for eligible use. Obviously, the tidelands would need to be dedicated towards tidelands activities. As an example, you could use some of the savings in tidelands to supplement your Seaside Lagoon appropriation and therefore have another $500,000 theoretically for other just general discretionary use.
Okay. I'd like to see does Marnie have the breakout of that?
Yeah, Marnie, can you provide the updated spreadsheet for the breakout for other funds? I can't see Marnie here.
Sorry, so how much has Councilmember Lowenstein's motion spent above and beyond the decision packages?
It's down to $353 above.
Yeah, so here's all told, we're balanced with $353 of additional funds. This, of course, being this area here, this $2,725,000 being an adjustable number.
Okay, but right. So of how much did he just designate? Did in his motion did he allocate? So with these,
well, let's go to the top level math numbers. So this payment was going to be $15 million. Right. We were using 2.5 to balance the budget, which took it down to 12.5. We were going to make a first year payment of $5 million, which takes it down to $7.5 million. Am I right so far?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, and so now there's $7.5 million left, and now you're saying after Councilmember Lowenstein's motion, there's $2.75 million left, which means he's allocated $5 million of it.
Right. Well, with one caveat, Mayor, the general fund appropriations that are part of Councilman Lowenstein's motion accrue to the total of just under $3.5 million, 3.425 to be exact. And then over here in your other funds, the other enterprise funding will receive their savings through direct allocations. So that's what makes up the $5 million you referenced in general. So this
Can we see the breakout of that from Marnie?
Yeah, Marnie, I haven't heard from you. Are you working on that?
Yeah, so I have that, but I can't share it at the same time you do.
I'm ready to, Councilman.
I was wondering if that actually answered Councilmember Obaji's question.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's about right. I'm not so much understanding when you're saying that there's other allocations, these other funds. Where is that coming from?
Yeah, let me stop sharing and I'll let Marnie put hers up. That should help answer that question.
So what this spreadsheet is a, if you made a $5 million interest-only payment, it breaks out this way, the payment does, and then your savings here. So we'll need to subtract out the original. And then same thing if it were a $5.5 million.
So we could potentially allocate, instead of the million to the Seaside Lagoon, we could do 500,000, then reallocate that 500,000 into it and still have $1 million. Correct? Does that make sense?
Well,
so I had originally put $1 million. We could put 500,000 from the general fund and then take the Tidelands and put another 500,000, still arrive at the $1 million.
Correct. You'd still have the $1 million for Seaside Lagoon, and then you'd free up another $500,000 of general fund money that would either go into the transfer to capital projects line item or be used for something else.
Could we do the same with the wastewater fund? Because the wastewater fund has a lot of money in it.
Wastewater has to be dedicated to wastewater activities. So if you were buy another Vector truck or fund, our various wastewater crew resources, you could then spend wastewater monies accordingly. But by policy, you have to keep it into that service area.
Okay, got it. Uplands is depleted, so we probably want to keep it there.
Yeah, that's going to provide some relief to that distressed fund.
I love this Excel sheet. I wish we had this one earlier. This is great.
Yeah. So I would propose moving the 500,000, having an appropriation of just to change my motion a little bit, have $500,000 appropriated to the Seaside Lagoon and moving $500,000 into the general fund appropriation from the Tidelands into the general fund. So we now have 3.2 million at the end of this instead of 2.725. It would be 3.2.
Yeah, that's
Is that right?
That would be correct.
And because we're going to be using it in Tidelands for the Seaside Lagoon.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Marnie, I'm going to ask you to update the running tally on, if you would please, the Excel spreadsheet related to the motion.
Okay, we done with this for the moment?
I think we are. So maybe if you want to pull that back up and we can do that in real time.
Okay, so we can make.
So the lagoon, you'd have $500,000 on the one-time side, and then you'd have $500,000 in other funds.
Correct.
And then 3.25 there.
That looks right. Correct.
Councilman Lowenstein, if I could, just one friendly staff suggested amendment to the motion. We didn't incorporate budget response report 45 that has to do with the South Bay Galleria overtime expenditures and revenues through the new LLC agreement we've negotiated. So if you would be willing, we'd love to see that added to the motion, approve effectively. I believe it's budget response report number 45. That would allow us to go ahead and appropriate those funds and execute that agreement this next fiscal year.
Would we still be in balance?
Yes, that's a cost neutral document.
Yep.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
Don't
I'll
you
agree
have
to
that
that.
budget response number 1 that is the adjustments? I don't remember hearing
He
it.
got that one in the motion. That's in there. But we would need to add budget response report 45 to the motion. We could.
John, can you add that to the Word doc so that we can send it out as well?
It's BRR 45.
Yep.
I believe so. Or is that?
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. South Bay Galleria.
South Bay Center, yeah, policing agreement, or that covers it. We got it.
Policing agreement. Okay. I can resend it if people want to see it, but you've got it. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else, Mike, that's missing?
I don't think so. I think we're clear on those items. Let me see if. Yeah, and then the motion I think we covered the retasking on decision package 32 that addressed the work there. I think I follow that. Yeah, it's clear. So I think of course the dialogue now would be: are there other additions to this? Are there subtractions? You know, you've got two competing motions. You still have to hear from Councilman Obaji and whether or not there are any friendly amendments to these concepts that the group would like to see.
I just want to establish we have a secondary motion with a second. Motion was by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Imdy.
Well, obviously there's some things that we agree on, and there's definitely some things we don't agree on, and it's really hard to be able I guess who's sharing their screen? Is it Lowen's?
No.
Oh, look, you have
That's
both of
the
them. You actually have both. Now I'm seeing you have both.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so let's look at the other one. So on Horvath's motion, we really kind of left the budget kind of alone. It was really just mostly focused on capital improvements. And so if staff's okay with some of those, I guess I'm not sure. I agree with moving stuff around. Like, what does vehicle replacement have anything to do with some of the stuff you're doing? We'll go back to it. And let's go back to Lowenstein. Let's address some of the concerns I have on his. Okay, so DP 32, for example, the fire department administrative support staff. It's important because the inspections are required by the state. You can't just not do them. And so there's some admin spots in there that's going to help free up personnel to be able to do those inspections, and it trains and has community-based projects. And then the chief vehicle is important because it has the ability to go on strike teams and have a backup to serve the city better. And the current backup vehicle is not capable of operating as a command vehicle. And when you send out a vehicle on the strike teams, and we'll get this confirmed, you don't have to believe me, that's fine. But the strike teams, from what I understand, when you send something out on a strike team, you actually get more money than you do than what the city costs are on that. So I think that's a bit penny wise, pound foolish on that one. And maybe we can get clarification on that from Keith.
Laura, it's in there. It's in the budget.
I thought you declined it.
No, I said to move it for consideration later in the year, but it's approved if we decide to purchase it. So it's in there.
But for later.
There was a reduced amount, I believe. Correct?
Exactly, but it's at a reduced amount, so that doesn't make any sense either.
No, because when they priced it out, if you read the BRR, it said it was now 133 instead of 191. That's what when they redid it and they looked at the numbers, more accurate number is 133, and that's what we approved.
I don't understand how a vehicle becomes cheaper.
Well, I think, so everybody understands, the way we appropriate funds, right, our schedule sets money aside, and that money accrues over time. And when we get to the period where we're ready to replace the vehicle, whatever's in that fund is used typically to go out and price and buy the item. In this case, we delayed the acquisition of the vehicle and accrued additional funds into the account. So we have, at this point, we believe, more money than we need to purchase the vehicle. We won't know, of course, definitively until we go out to bid and look for piggyback procurements and spec it out. But that's what that budget response report covers: is what are the alternatives, what are the expected costs associated with that replacement, why have they grown, et cetera. So if you want more detail on that particular BR, we can get into it. But that's how the fund works, right? We accrue funds and then we go out and buy. The funds are accrued on a projection basis. The final cost is oftentimes below, sometimes above. It just depends on the vehicle. And
okay, but is that vehicle, is it okay? I mean, is it, it's obviously been on there for a reason. I mean, is it going to be able to go out onto strike teams right now? Is it capable of that? And I'm concerned that it isn't.
If you look at the budget response report, and maybe I'll have either Ted or Keith speak to it in more detail, but I think the four-wheel drive component of the cost wasn't that expensive. And the four-wheel drive component is really what makes it eligible for the strike team use. That was a major factor. I want to say maybe that was $6,000 to $10,000 of the total expense. Ted, I think you can probably speak to this better than me.
Yeah, no, you're right, Mike. When we looked at it, it's really the upfitting of the vehicle that's the more expensive component. The fact that it could be an all-wheel drive vehicle or four-wheel drive with the heavier chassis had a nominal impact to the overall cost. And we would be working with the fire department to ensure that we're meeting the needs that they need for our team or other services for the battalion chief.
So Mr. Kaufman, what's your say on that?
Yeah, I've talked this over with Ted, and we're in agreement. As long as the four-wheel drive components there, the expensive part is the upfit of all the new radio systems. So I believe that the 133 is the cost of what we would need to replace the car to be able to take it on strike teams.
Okay, so on number 32 though of the fire department about let me go back to Mr. Lowenstein's Word doc. For future fire inspection programs not funded and suspended for reevaluation in September and October, and retask the dedicated personnel for other work. I understood this was a state requirement.
Yes, it is. So the issue here is going to be California Fire Code 103, Senate Bill 1205, and Health and Safety Code 13146. It's point 2, point 3, and point 4. Those are requirements by the state that the inspections occur. Some of those are 3 and 4 unit buildings. Some of those are schools. But I'd have to do an analysis of exactly where we are with each of those. But stopping them would be basically requiring me not to uphold my oath to enforce the law. So we would have to have some discussion about this. In that decision package 32, basically what that consists of is an answer from the fire department on how to address the concerns that have been brought forth that we've all watched over the last couple of years regarding fire inspections. I know they're there. I've talked to the council people about them. Our fire prevention program personnel are well aware of what the issues are. And so I challenged the organization to come up with a solution. The solution here was bring on part-time personnel, 4 of them for a pilot program for 1 year, and free up the fire crews that are currently doing these inspections that are mandated. Because the problem is it's cutting into other things that have to get done that are equally or more important, like their continued training in that. Also in DP 32 is administrative support staff. So if you look at the decision package, what I'm addressing there is, in doing the assessment of the agency, there's a lack of administrative staff. The fire department just doesn't have it. So what's happened is I have chief level officers that are dealing with contracts and purchasing, basic customer service, recruitment, staffing, training, EMS record keeping, stuff that executive level chiefs should not be doing. And so what I was trying to do here was the position that was suspended down in the harbor was moving that into the general fund, adding to it and creating another administrative position. So there's really 2 things at play here. The 100,000 represents 4 part-time inspectors to deal with the inspection program. That I'm understanding by Todd's motion, they're not good with. He would want to suspend bringing those in. I've explained why we've proposed that. And then the other one is the full-time administrative analyst, which is, in the ranking of decision packages, that was number 1. So, and the consideration there was that the department just doesn't have administrative staff. And so what's happening is I've got chief level officers and captains that are dealing with today, and tomorrow they'll deal with tomorrow. They don't have their time freed up to kind of look forward and see what it is the department needs to do to really serve the needs of the community. So that's what DP 32 is all about. And then there's one final element in there. The fire department does not have a farm team. They don't have cadets or explorers like the police department have. They don't have part-time positions where we bring people up through from the community and then bring them on full time to serve in this community. So part of the pilot program in that 100,000 was to essentially create that farm team and start hiring some people from within the community, potentially diversify the organization and set it up for the future.
And just to review, and you're talking right now about DP 42?
32.
Just 32. Okay. And what about your DP 42?
Let me find that one. Is that on the police side or the fire side?
It's on the police side, Keith. And what the motion would effectively do is, rather than this be funded through one-time general fund sources, this would be funded through emergency communications monies. And we would have to come back and make adjustments to the fund accordingly. So it's effectively moving those technological service agreements into the communications fund for the time.
So, so basically, you're I'm trying to figure out what you're doing here. Is that you're trying to take it out of the general fund so that you have some flexibility on your other stuff, right? Okay. Now, I'm sorry to go out of order. The DP 25, the CityNet, you're cutting that in half for 6 months. I just want to remind you that the reason we have CityNet is because we were seeing that Lila and Harbor Interfaith was focused on the homeless that were historically from the South. She had developed a relationship with all of them, and she was kind of focused on the people that were in the Pier and Harbor and Broadway area. CityNet was brought in to focus on the North Redondo, and that was done because of the fact that we had the shelter in the north, and now you've decided to not move it out of the north, and you can't cut it out of the 85. You can't cut it. You're shaking your head now. What are you saying?
So it was funded for 6 months, and in the next 6 months, we either look at CAFR or grant fund money, or if we decide to fund it for another 6 months, we could take it from PERS reserve. We could take it from other places to fund it. But I'm not just going to necessarily fund it. I'm not comfortable just funding it completely without looking for other sources of funding. I think most, if not all of us, want that to continue. And I think if we bring it back, I would think we would get 4 or 5 votes, hopefully, to do that. But just to fund it without looking for other sources, I think where we have other needs immediately, I can't speak to a future vote, but what I can say is I'd like to see it continue. So that's the only reason we say that.
Just because you fund it from in this way doesn't mean that you can't look for other grant funding. Mr. Webb and Mr. Horvath, you guys are the ones looking for the funding. Wouldn't you still look for more funding and grants?
Oh yeah, I mean, ideally, we're trying to fund everything out with outside sources. That's the whole point, like we did last year. But still, work in progress. What Todd is saying is he's willing to fund it for 6 months with the hope that that funding does come in, and then if it's there, we'd be able to extend it for the second 6 months of the fiscal year.
We continue to look for funding for everything. I will say, and Todd didn't talk to me about this. I had talked about the housing navigator starting in my office while we're doing this for the balance of my term, and then transitioning to community services. If you place it in the police department, we won't be able to get any grant funding for that because they have specific limits about law enforcement. So it was a combination of we'll hire her quickest if she starts in our office, and the day-to-day contact with housing navigators is mostly with online employee, but the idea being long-term, as defined in between year 3 and 4, it would essentially move to community service. Trying to start with that could delay it. So, but if you're worried about grant funding, it becomes more problematic if you're trying to fund housing navigation in a law enforcement agency.
I really object to this because this is a focus. CityNet's focus was North Redondo, and it was part of the part of the negotiation we had done in order to have it in the north. And now you're going to take it away, and there's no threat that they're not going to look for money. They're going to look for money, but then you're taking it away. And Mr. Webb just brought up other issues as to where your other part of your motion. So I definitely don't agree with that part of your decision package 25. Okay, so we already talked about 32. You're accepting 33 and 34. So 35, the cost allocation. Let's see. Sorry, so I'm trying to look through all this. Needed to, in preparation for the city's internal fund, recommended $8,000 ongoing. So you don't want to fund this? What would be the problem with when he doesn't fund this?
I'm not going to respond to each of these questions.
Was it you? Whoever's, so this would be Marnie's, right?
It is mine. So this is just using the software instead of having the software in-house where we have to maintain it. We collect all the data, send it off to a firm who then runs it through the software. So it's just use of software and somebody to use it. It doesn't change any of the allocation bases or anything like that. We are looking to review that more in the context of Moss Adams looking at our APP on how to allocate and making any changes that might come from that as opposed to use of software.
So you say to accept package number 35, but then you have not funded. So
he changed it to
decline. He changed that to
decline.
Okay. Really? $8,000 just because it's a software? And it's just because, again, you want to do a budget modification later so that it can just go to budget. Can we accept this as funding and then just have it referred to budget and finance before any agreement signed? Why would we have to come back to just have a budget modification? In other words, if we agree to have this, can you just run it by budget and finance before an agreement is signed, Marnie?
Yeah, it could be done.
So why have the staff come back with a budget modification for this when they can just have it go do that? Todd?
Again, Laura, I don't want to go back and forth on these questions. If you have suggestions, state them, but I'm not going to go back and forth on each of these points.
Well,
We'll be here all night.
Well, I want to be respectful of what you're doing and not just dismiss whatever you have. And so I wanted to just I just want to understand where your thought process is on that. It's only $8,000 and it's just a matter of process. It's not that you object to it. It's just that you object to the process.
For what it matters, I'm listening to you, Councilmember MD. So
I'm still listening as part of it too, but I'm not going to go back and forth.
Right. And I'm going to make an amended motion, I'm sure.
I can respond. I got my hand up, so I can respond later.
Okay. So again, I'm just trying to understand, and I'm sorry it takes a long time, but I'm going to, try to understand this. And there's nothing in here for, and then Seaside Lagoon, you've just taken off 500,000 and you want to take it out of that. And then you've got an awful lot. And I agree with, I think it was Mr. Obaji who wanted to know what that between the 450 for RPAC modernization down to the 50,000. How much is that number?
3.425 million.
3.2, is that the total? That's the transfer? That's now totaled? Okay.
3.425.
3.425.
Yes.
And why can't Moldy marquee sign be taken out of Harbor Enterprise instead of us borrowing money to pay for that?
I'll chime in here. That location is an Uplands location. So that particular fund is under significant distress. We couldn't pull that from Tidelands as an example.
Oh, I see. So you guys went over this with him and told him where he could pull the money out of. Is that what I'm hearing?
We went through, well, we've gone through all of the budget motions. So yes, we've made sure all of this is eligible. Yes, we confirmed it.
I didn't get that first class service, by the way, but you did reach out multiple times. So.
Okay, and then can you move down the spreadsheet a little bit more? Okay, City Hall window replacement and design. Are we giving up on trying to redo the City Hall, or is this something suddenly became urgent? How did this come out? What, you know, it's not part of the decision packages. Where did this come from? Well, you're the one who made the motion. So how did this come in? Because it wasn't in BRR. It wasn't anything, was it?
It's in the future capital improvement. We're just moving it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on to the somewhere in here was the fire study. I thought we just had a conversation that we were going to let Keith and them do the whole assessment before we started moving forward with the fire study. Thank you for highlighting that. Todd?
Laura, I'd appreciate it if you would just raise your objections and not have me go through each of these and define it. If you say I object to it, then just object to it and say, I don't want to spend money on that. But for me to answer this, be put on this almost like.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I really am just.
But you are. I mean, this is a budget. This is a budget that's been worked out between me and Nils. This is the budget. I know, but you're asking me to define each. In the last 4 years, I never asked you guys to define each part of your motions, and you're asking me to do something that I never did to you. Mills and I have worked on a budget.
Mills and I have happy to answer those questions at any time.
Yeah, you know, I honestly,
guys,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was hoping to be able to have something so that we could just kind of come together and figure out what we're going to do. So, okay, if we don't want to do that, that's fine. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to do a substitute motion.
That would be a substitute to the substitute motion.
Correct. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to, I will, actually, I guess I'm going to go based on ours. So in that case, could we pull up ours? There we go. So I'm going to keep the city nets. I'm going to see what I can add on here to try to come to some decision on that. So we agree on the charter change. We agree you're going to accept package number 27 with any money saved. I'll go ahead and add that. So we'll accept decision package number 11, streetlights, with any money saved from the participating in the LS1 option E program is going into the general fund. I'm willing to do that. Accept packages, enterprise, continue to freeze. Decision package approved for spending out of the Thailand. Okay, I'm willing to accept your decision package 22. So we'll add his 22 to ours. And then the homeless number 25, I'm going to leave it as is in ours. And then I'm going to accept DP 32, accept DP 33, 34. I'm going to accept decision package 35 and just ask that staff run it by budget and finance before any agreement signed. I'm going to keep my decision 36, 37, 38, I will accept your DP 39 with an additional 40,000 from the IT replacement fund for website redesign. We'll add his on there. And then I'll accept your DP 42 with put out the RFP for next year, future discussion about fund impacts, emergency communications. Okay. And then I'll accept your DP 43, accept your DP 44, 45. I'm on the DP 55, I'm going to accept it as is. And since you don't want to talk about why you wouldn't fund all of the modernization for RV Pack, I'm going to keep ours over. And I think the 600,000 with the 100,000 per district, 100,000 for mayor, I think we've got that covered with the $1 million we were going to put in there. And I think we could add 100,000 for the Mole D marquee sign. And the 25,000 for playground equipment repair in Vincent Park. The 400,000 next to the bike path in the garage. And aren't those all Tideland Fund stuff? The bathrooms bureau, you don't want to answer questions, so I'm not going to accept that. And I'm going to make pickleball $300,000 to be added to the feasibility and implementations budget. And keep the Girl Scouts. And that would be my substitute motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's now a substitute to the substitute motion by Councilmember Remedy, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. So,
and Mr. Obaji, I'd be willing to entertain amendments.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Sorry, I could not track all that ERR and DP decision packet discussion just by the numbers. So let me go through what I have put together, and I guess I'll make a motion to, I will seek to amend Councilmember Councilmember Lowenstein's motion, which is...
Well, that's not the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so...
So either make it ask for amendment for this motion or wait or whatever. It's up to you.
Okay, I guess.
But you can't make a friendly amendment to a motion that's not on the floor.
Got it. All right, then I guess I don't have anything to contribute at this point.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy to entertain modifications to our motion, because I think, wasn't there? And I'm sorry, I was looking off of my other screen. But were those being updated on the spreadsheet, or Mr. Horvath? Can you pull up the amendments to those?
Yeah, if I could take this down and insert all those items.
Okay.
Yep.
So if we can wait for that, then that way you'll have it there.
I'm not amicable with this, so just to put that on the floor.
All right, is somebody waiting for me to say something? I don't have.
No, we're waiting for.
We're moving on. It goes.
We're waiting for Marnie to update the spreadsheet.
I won't be voting for that, for the substitute of the substitute motion. So,
well,
you don't know yet until the amendments have been done.
I think we can find some compromise.
Let me just say, while we have this idle moment, I'm really disappointed to see that nobody has allocated any money for anything in District 4, which has both been recognized as being the most dense district in the city, as well as been the biggest teammate player of the city, keeping the pallet shelter and adding in RENA housing. So you're going to see a very District 4 oriented amendment or motion on my part, and whoever wants to pick it up can do so.
I'd be happy to pick it up.
Can I make a new motion, Mayor, or what's the deal?
So let me explain again.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can make friendly amendments to any motion that is on the floor.
Okay. Can we just?
So we haven't had a vote on any motion. We've had a motion, we had a substitute motion, and now we've got a substitute to the substitute motion. So this is it. We're going to have a vote on this one way or another, and then if it fails, we'll move to the other one. If it passes, well, then we have a budget. So there you have it. That's the lay of the ground. That's the lay of the land. So it's up to you, Zane. If you want to make a friendly amendment here, or wait, or you want to,
I'd like to wait.
Whatever you want to do.
Take a vote on this motion.
The substitute to the substitute is what you're saying.
Yeah, take the vote of the motion on the floor.
Calling the vote then.
So are you?
Well, hold on, Marnie's
Marnie's
pulling it up.
I don't think. Yeah, let Marnie finish. The other thing is, I don't know if you understand, Councilmember Budgie. You can call for a vote. I don't know that that's what you did. You said let's wait for a vote, or Councilmember Narenheim said he's going to call for a vote. But just anytime anybody can call for a vote. But let's let Marnie finish her math.
Got it.
And let's get through this, and everybody can then decide what they want to do.
And if we can, in the silence, I'd like to just answer something that Councilmember Obaji mentioned. There are, in our motion, a few things there. There's the Artesia.
Mr. Horvath, you allocated $40,000 for a problem that I identified as existing at every intersection with a stoplight.
Yes, I hear you want to criticize. What I'm saying is there are things in the motion that address District 4 things based on the BRR. I'm not saying you have to agree with it. There's also the irrigation lines on the North Redondo Beach right away, which I believe is important to you. So just wanted to clarify. And then, of course, many of the items in the motion, including street repairs, South Bay fiber network expansion to business districts and arterials, that also affects your district as well.
So I think I have everything in at the bottom here.
Well, what does that number represent, Marnie? The 6.65 million?
So really, we're looking here at the total. 223,000 would be left in fund balance of the general fund.
And again, that 6.6 million represents?
That is one-time savings.
Mostly, Mayor, from the bond proceeds savings, right? So that
right.
Anything in parentheses is savings, or in the case of the total excess general fund, the one-time covers the ongoing of 6442, which is an appropriation and expense, a debit. The others are recognized credit.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about Mr. Lowenstein's motion? After he made the adjustments that he did make, how much money is being allocated to the capital reserve, or else
Well, we're not really discussing Councilmember Lowenstein's motion right now. I don't think it's appropriate.
All right. Nothing else.
Oh, okay. Well then, anything else, Laura, about this?
So anyway, if you can move down that spreadsheet a little bit, Marnie. So no, I mean, I guess up so that they can kind of see. So in there, like we said, the irrigation, the big thing that we wanted to make sure to address was the irrigation lines for the NRB row. And the citywide slurry program also is going to really help out District 4, 5, and 3 as well. And well, actually, it's going to do everybody, but it's just the districts 1 and 2 just already had theirs done. I know the dog runs were important to you, so I made sure that was in there. And so we were trying to figure out what were the things that you found important. And I would definitely be open if you wanted to modify this. I'd definitely be open to more.
Thank you. Let me ask this question. I thought I addressed this last week with Mr. Simon, but I looked at that VRR about the North Redondo Beach bike path. It said that these essentially changes are already being implemented as far as getting the chewed up wires and the like, and the irrigation system back in place. And I asked, what is it that you need since these changes are already pending? He said, well, it's manpower, essentially human power, and overtime hours and stuff. So about $80,000 for personnel wages, essentially, to be able to attend to the row as much as the residents have been demanding it. Is that not accurate, Mr. Simon, or do you need capital for the irrigation too?
I think we needed both. And I think in one of the discussions here is that you're providing man hours, which I believe is going to provide part-time hours that we would be able to swap out for certain routine things that we're doing. And then we can have the expertise of our staff continue with the repairs that are occurring in the North Redondo Beach bike path area. That does include materials as well as the labor in order to get the repairs out there.
Okay, so this is BRR 46, and the total amount then that you're requesting is, let's see.
No, I think it's BRR 30, isn't it?
It's BRR 30, and it was 80,000 cap costs and 120,000 for overtime.
Okay, so 200,000 total. Okay, I got it.
Okay, anything else, Laura? Is that it?
No, I'm sorry. I thought Zane had the floor.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
I see things here that I cannot vote for on this substitute motion. I see things here that Councilman Lowenstein and I have worked very hard on to get in here that we're not going to be. I can't speak for him, but I don't think he'll be voting for this. I'd just like to call for a vote on this particular motion.
Would Councilmember Nierenheim be willing to address what is of issue, so we are aware?
There was a phenomenal about that. I'm not really willing to get into it. Actually, I'd like to move on.
I'm sorry. There's a what? I didn't.
Phenomenal amount of items, and I'd like to move on. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
One more question for Mr. Horvath is, after your motion, how much money is left, undesignated?
My original motion?
No, this one.
Or this motion as amended by Councilmember MD.
I'm not following exactly.
Oh, that's 23,000. Okay, great. That's why I can't support it. I need a lot more funding for District 4.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim called for a vote. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so it fails 2-3. Now we go to the substitute motion, which was Councilmember Lowenstein. So
I still have my hand up. I'd like to make a quick couple of comments to this. Councilmember Obaji, we got lots of money left over in capital improvement funds for Grant Avenue and other areas. Unfortunately, we can't talk, so I don't know. Councilmember Lowenstein and I haven't been able to talk with you as to what you needed. Regarding the fire inspections, DP 32, we are suspending the program. We're not stopping. This is a very important point. I want to make sure everyone understands that the city of Redondo Beach has been doing ghost inspections, followed up with real bills to both businesses and residences. This decision package is based upon a structural change of the fire department without an actual conversation with the council as to how we're doing business. So we need to have a real discussion as to how we're doing business and the fire inspections. We can't shoehorn this discussion through a minor little budget discussion or masquerade it. It's actually very important. I just got another complaint from someone who got a bill and there was no inspection done at their house. This is a big problem. When it comes to City Hall updates, we need to do it as Councilmember Lowenstein said. And Councilmember Obaji, just so you know, regarding the county fire study, the reason why they do not want to do an appropriation right now and they don't want to deal with at all is because then it's going to take a budget amendment later on and they're not going to vote for it and it's going to delay. So we're adding in $50,000 to cover that cost beyond. So just wanted to make those points in there. And Councilmember Lowenstein and I have plenty of money to work out for you for capital improvements and street improvements.
Barney, can you scroll down so we can see the total?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that it, Councilmember Nairnhead?
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, well, then I guess I'd like to try to, if so willing by the motion makers, to have a discussion and gain some clarity and or just see where we can find some concurrence on aspects from the original motion as presented as the first motion.
Mr. Mayor, I've not got an opportunity to make an amendment to any,
No, you can make it now.
Well, hang on. Councilmember Horvath has the floor, so
I mean,
go
I
ahead.
had my hand up before on the previous thing, and you said I couldn't talk about this motion. So now I really should be kind of advanced to the front of the queue to talk about this motion, but that's fine.
Okay, so there's a lot of hand going up, coming down, going up, coming down, and that's fine, Councilmember Obaji. You will speak after Councilmember Horvath. And I'm just following as the hands come up and as they go down. So yes, sometimes it gets mixed up, but as far as I can tell, Councilmember Horvath has the floor right now, and you're next, Zane.
Sure. Okay. So I'm not going to address the decision package areas because I figure it's not. I am concerned, as Laura mentioned, about suspending something that we're required to do, but I'm not going to get into all the other ones. You have your reasons, and I understand that you don't necessarily want to go through with them. My concern related to decision package 36 though is that I feel like the funding that I put forward were for the things that we need to finish and or accomplish. There's funding in that package for things that I would hope we can either settle or get removed, and we clearly need to have closed session discussions around that. So I won't address that, but I think what we tried to do in our original motion was address things that clearly some are specific to North Redondo Beach, but many of them are one-time appropriations that do affect us all. And so I just want to quickly point out and see if you are amenable to any of these. The CIP page 5, the drainage improvement project, staff removed what is normally a $200,000 amount of funding. This is for citywide issues related to drainage and stuff. And so wanted to add that back in so that way when we do have those ponding issues or complaints from residents, we can address. Is that something you'd be amenable to?
I'm not going to go through each thing, Christian.
I'm asking if you're amenable to an amendment. No. Okay. We all expressed interest related to the Beryl Street project about having bigger box trees. I got a quote from staff on what the largest box tree would be. And so on my motion, the CIP page 16 of $27,000, $27,500 was to put in bigger box trees. Is that something you'd be amenable to?
At a future date, I'll look at it, but not right now. Got it.
Okay. The slurry seal program, in jumping that from a $200,000 a year program to a $400,000 a year program, is that something you'd be amenable to?
No, I'm happy with what we have. We have a lot of money dedicated. We have $1.2 million, I believe, to slurry seals. So no.
I realize, but streets have been super important to all of us, and to the point that Councilmember Obaji made, right, last week, and I think again this week, we're to borrow money at such a low interest rate when capital costs only go up on a year-over-year basis. I'm trying to figure out how do we address a lot of those things. So on any of the
that's what the $100,000 per district is for.
Yes, I hear you, but I was breaking it out into the 3 different programs, so that you're not amenable on any of those.
No.
Okay. Would you be amenable to the swapping of the Ringe Lane resurfacing with the Artesia Boulevard project to allow for more time to do a more fully realized complete streets project on Artesia? That's a no-cost item.
No. If Zane wants to bring it up as an amendment, I'll look at that. But right now, I'm not. Well, I've not heard from Zane, and it's not fair for us to go through this and not hear from Zane. I don't think that's right.
Well,
we haven't had you guys have had a chance to present yours. Zane hasn't even talked at all.
This is my first time raising my hand, Todd, but I hear that you have a problem.
But you're going through this, and I didn't do this to you guys last year. It's disrespectful.
We did actually. We went.
No,
we
you
went
didn't. You didn't listen to me last year. You didn't give me a chance. You didn't do it, and it's not right for you guys to do that to me now. I'm not going to be on the witness stand answering all your questions. Your motion's out there. It speaks for itself.
Okay, I really don't think of this as a witness stand scenario. I'm sorry that you do, and I apologize if you are made to feel that way. Then listen, the last thing I'm going to ask, is there any, would you be willing to accept an amendment related to expanding and pulling in some capital funds for a South Bay fiber network expansion so that that goes specifically to arterials, collectors, business districts in a primary fashion to do a plans and specs study so that we can address smart streets, traffic issues, business retention and or expansion. Is that something you would be amenable to as an amendment?
Not at this time, but we'll look at it at a future date. There's money left in the capital improvement projects fund.
Okay.
So I think we should look at those type of things on an individual basis, and then we can all decide with a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
So I like the project, but not at this time in the budget without knowing all the costs and everything else that's involved. So I'd say no.
Okay, I'll just point out that there are monies through the American Rescue Plan and potential monies through the state, in some cases requiring matching funds at the city level. So just
I'd say bring it back as a staff referral, and we'll take a look at it. So
okay, all right, I will.
Wait.
What? Oh yes.
Pickleball and scouts.
Come on, he's not interested in amendments, Laura. So that'll be up to you after Mr. Obaji.
Is that it, Christian?
Yes, I'll yield.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Am I encroaching on church with state if I say hallelujah?
You're very entitled to that. It's been almost 4 hours since you've been able to talk about the budget.
Here we go. Let me share my screen. If I could, if somebody could. So actually, before Marty, you stop, or Mr. Ruland, you stop. If I understand this motion correctly, 3.225 million is being transferred to capital projects funds because basically it was not allocated by them. Plus, there's still a surplus of 207. Is that right?
Correct. That is
so 3.225, and if I want to spend every dollar, which I don't, but if that plus 207 is what's left here. All right, 225 plus 207. All right, so that's about 3.445. Is it fair? Okay, all right. So back to my screen. Look. On decision package 25, the enhanced response to homelessness. I understand, Mr. Lowenstein, that you are basically cutting down CityNet to one person rather than the 2 people. So 85,000 versus 170, or no?
No, there has to be 2 people in there, but 6 months, and then in 6 months, we will evaluate it for further funding.
And we'll fund, Zane. The idea is to fund from the mid-year budget or the end of year budget from the leftover monies from this year, unless we can get funding from outside
Here's
sources.
my concern with doing that is that's going to occupy one more item on the agenda to elongate our meetings and require 2 votes to fund that. And it's really, this is not a problem that's disappearing anytime soon. It's a problem that is going to get worse, frankly, I think, especially as the resources that we're relying upon from the state, from the county, from the Fed are starting to get consumed by other cities that are catching on to what the enhanced response needs to look like, copying us. So I'd just like to, since we have the money, go ahead and allocate it for this. And if we get grant funding, then we're going to have extra money and get this taken care of. So I don't know what the budget impact is to this, except, I guess I do. It's whatever the entire budget response report was, which is here 461 divided by 2. That's going to be a big allocation. Is that
it's just an additional $85,000?
Oh, it's just an additional. Okay, additional 85. So that's what I budgeted. All right. On 32, look, we have a.
Wait. As you go through these, Zane, I think you're making friendly amendments. You should be specific about.
Oh yes, I'm making a friendly amendment.
One, say we accept a friendly amendment to do this, and yes or no, and keep moving.
Yes, I'm making friendly amendments, and I guess I'll tell you when it goes down. This will total up at 3.040, and then I would add Scout House renovations at, I think it was 210,000, and pickleball allocation of 30,000. All right, in addition to the 15 we already have in the CIP.
There's 15 there already, Zane.
Oh yeah, there's 15 already in there.
No, 50.
Oh really? For pickleball?
Yes.
Got it. So
plus 15, right?
Okay, cool. I don't need that then. All right, so I'm making a friendly amendment to your motion. I guess you can tell me as I go through if you're a no on any of these. I'll tell you my rationale. On decision package 32, we got to adopt this. Look, we have a chief who has no interest in doing anything with the fire department except to make it better. And he hired a consultant to help him make that decision, who is a Redondo Beach resident and who is respected by the firefighters, the fire association. And they all agree on these steps, these decision packages that are necessary. And there's an additional logic to the fact that this is necessary, that it's going to essentially be a training ground or a farm for recruitment for their folks. So I would vote to fund, I would like to fund decision package 32.
Todd, do you want me to respond to that, Zane?
Yeah. If you want to respond, by all means, go for it.
I will, and Mills can chime in. We've had instances. I had a friend who got a bill. He didn't even have an office anymore in Redondo Beach. He got a bill for $131, and it was signed supposedly by him. It was fraudulent. I'm not going to fund something that's fraudulent. And as far as the inspections go, other cities do it. They find ways of doing it. Manhattan Beach does it. They don't have a huge program to do it. LA County does it for free. We're not going to, we're saying suspend it until we figure out what we're going to do. We're not just saying, let's do it. That's what I'm saying.
And here's the most important part, Zane. We are moving that personnel who's doing the inspections right now onto the administrative staff side. So we're getting they're going to the administrative side and doing that administrative work. So I fully support the idea of getting an extra administrative staff because the intent there is correct. But we need to have a correct council meeting on this. This is a major decision. This is not a simple little budget shoehorn. Let's just do this real quick. That's what this is. This is a major discussion. I just got another complaint from someone else who has video camera of the entire day that someone supposedly came by and did an inspection. Nobody showed up. They got a bill. They said, I'm not paying this. They're sending them to collections. They're like, I didn't get a bill. No one showed up to the inspection, but yet they're getting bills. So we need to have a true conversation about this program. In the meantime, we're not stopping it. We're just suspending it. And then we're going to move that personnel into administrative support staff for the fire department so they can fully do their job that they need to do. And then we can further reevaluate when city staff gets their time to get their legs underneath their themselves.
Zane, you're new to this. You haven't seen it. I showed a video about 6 months ago of an inspection that literally the inspector was there for 7 seconds and left. And then they sent him a bill for $131. 7 seconds is what I counted.
That's mandated by the state, is it not?
No, but
we need to have a discussion on this whole thing.
This needs to be discussion. I feel very strongly about this one.
Well, this gets rejected if this is the only thing that gets rejected here. Decision package 35. Again, this is one of those things for $8,000. I don't want to see this again on our agenda and have a whole discussion on it.
So,
but
Zane, let me address that real quick. I've had a lot of discussions with budget finance commissioners over the years about how the ISF funds are done, and the point is they've always wanted to have a long discussion exactly how it's done, who does it, what the formula is, what the process is, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to look at. While I agree with it, again, this is a decision that needs to
okay.
kind of.
These are hills I'm going to die on, I guess, because frankly they're not specifically impactful to District 4 and. They're just things I picked up from the conversation so far. All right. 2 dog run facilities. This is funding for them. This is not necessarily a decision to put them in quite yet. Include Andrews Park and SCE. This is BRR number 7 is $50,500. All right.
So hold on one second. Before you go there, there's one in Andrews already. How much an additional would it be?
There's not one at Andrews.
No. There's one that's allocated in my budget.
Oh,
my motion.
Okay.
How much extra would it be for Prairie Park? Is it 34,000? Hold on one second. 34,000. Is it right? 34,000 plus 15,000 for maintenance. Can you tell me what the cost would be?
All right. It's just then 32,575 for the SCE right of way dog run if it gets approved by SCE.
Plus 15,000 for maintenance, correct?
I did not see that.
Each of those have each dog run has $15,000 allocated for maintenance.
Okay, 15,000.
So let's say 47,525.
Sure.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
So we'll take this out. All right. And then we have BRR 12. This is a modified BRR 12 that basically makes the design change and the actual change to every left turn where there's a light, where 2 left turns are outside of one another. So that's Artesia Felton, Artesia Ringe, Artesia Green, Blossom, McKay, and Phelan. And my instructions would be to get Measure R dollars if promptly available, but this is a safety issue. So otherwise, I'm authorizing general fund dollars to the tune of 200,000, which is 50,000. Sorry, 25,000 per intersection plus 50,000 in design. Any problems there? No. All right. Thank you.
So that's an accepted. I want to keep track of it. That's an accepted friendly amendment.
Well, okay. So
you have an Artesia project though in the CIP, which it could be rolled into that is going to have Measure M.
It could, Mr. Horvath, but a lot of people are going to have car accidents between now and the time that we actually undertake the Artesia Boulevard project. This is the traffic conducive change, and this is a safety change. All right, left turn lanes set outside of each other so that one car turning left blinds the other one from oncoming traffic is a defective design.
So you want $200,000 to correct that at every intersection that it can be done at?
They're listed: Felton, Ringe, Green, Blossom, McKay, and Phelan. It's wherever you have 2 left turn lanes facing each other and set outside of one another.
All right. So is that a friendly amendment that the motion maker and the second can accept?
I have a question. Could that be Measure R money?
Yes, it could.
Okay.
But I thought you just got done saying you don't want to wait for that.
If it's promptly available, use Measure R money. Otherwise, if we can get it done, soonish with general fund dollars, this is a safety issue. We should get it done soon.
Point of order, Mr. Obaji. I think we would have to submit in the fall for a new project, and then that would go through a process with Metro. Probably wouldn't get approved till sometime in the spring, just so you know.
Right. That's all the more reason then why I would like it to come out of general fund dollars. You've heard people complain to the city council about the safety issue there.
Let me ask a question of either Ted or Mike. If we spend money on this project, can we get reimbursed for it or no?
No, not typically with external grants sources. The only option here for us to be able to maybe measure our monies immediately would be if we have local allocation sources that and a fund balance of $200,000. I can look at that now while you guys discuss.
The fund balance is 456,597 after this year, is according to this.
So Ted and Brad, can you confirm that we have unencumbered funds that would cover that $200,000 as an initial tranche?
Let me look at that, Mike, and we'll look at it. But we're looking at measure our local return, not monies at that point.
Yeah, it's got to be local return. Only way we could gain access to it immediately.
Mr. Baji, can you just show me what your total is on this? Because it's truncated.
It is
3,200,000. Okay.
This is with your scout house renovations, by the way.
Okay. Well, all right.
So, Ted, are you looking that up, or should they just allocate it with the caveat that potentially, if you do find that, then this will be removed?
And Mr. Obaji, I love everything on your list. I would accept, if you wanted to, I would accept every single one of yours on the list and take off the fire, take out the South Bay network.
So, okay, you have everybody. Time out. Mr. Baji's got the floor. You have your hand up, Laura. You'll have your.
I know. I'm sorry,
Likewise,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember
I'm
Niren.
sorry.
So let's let Zane march through his thing here.
I'm just trying to save him some time.
Your Honor, this is Ted. The question is, do we have enough in the measure our local return funds? And yes, we do to cover the 200,000.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you. So you guys do whatever you're going to do with that. But there you go.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mr.
You're fine with what?
The 200,000 coming from measure our local return.
All right, I'll move it out here.
Okay.
So it's not adding up to the
That's gonna ruin
All
the
right.
bottom total.
BRR number 13, adopting that in the capital improvement plan, $375,000. That's bulb outs at Grant Avenue. There are already going to be bulb outs at Grant Avenue at the intersections with lights. This is entirely residential street that's a collector, and cars race down it because it's got a big middle lane, it's got wide lanes, and it's got a bike lane. So they feel like they've got clearance. The bulb outs will encroach on the roadway and make it seem narrower. Also give better visibility of pedestrians when they walk out to the bulb outs and reduce the length of their traverse across the intersection. That's why we need it. It'll show Grant Avenue residents that we care about them, that we're looking out for their safety and trying to slow the traffic down there. It's an investment we need to make. I'll reduce the storefront improvement plan on Artesia to 100,000 just because I know that we are going to, we already passed the FAR, and so a lot of these places are going to be renovated in any event. But essentially reset the storefront improvement plan so that people who have received it in the past, if they're willing to match, they will, they can get matched. And the total here is $100,000.
Councilman, could I point of clarification there? I noticed on the friendly amendment here, direct the CSO employee we hired to execute. This program is currently being housed in our economic department with an existing senior management analyst who is doing it quite well. I would respectfully ask that you strike that.
Okay. Well, what should I say? Direct to?
Just say direct the Waterfront Economic Development Department to execute.
Did we get ahead of ourselves on the bulb outs? Was that accepted?
Completely $375,000. That's a lot. I mean, I'm willing to do this, but where would it be coming out of? Out of the capital improvements project?
Yeah. I mean,
and Zane, just so you know, we have $100,000 per district. So
I'll give up that 100,000. I don't need the 100,000 if I get these things. I don't.
Okay, well, I mean, Todd, then we can take 100,000 from somewhere else.
Well, I see Zane's point. I'm just saying, you guys need to reconcile this before we go past the bulb outs.
How about let me return to that one? I just want to return to.
So
right.
you're putting essentially 2.75 into the capital improvement plan. I'm saying pull that out, leave it in play, It's not going to the capital improvement plan. We get most of that money from elsewhere. Use it now. I mean, this is the whole idea behind why we voted for just the interest payment on the bond, because if you have money and you're getting it at a cheap interest rate, then you use the money now rather than pack it away for some project down the line.
Well, Zane, I know this is your first year on, and I understand that, but we have lots of projects that come up along the way, and you're going to burn through it all on the first budget. I mean, I want to help you.
I would say he's the one burning through it all, but
here's the other thing: we can't do all the projects in 1 year, right? So that's the key part. So we're funding as much as we can what we can get done the next year, and next year we'll come back and reevaluate and add more funding to like these projects right here, like the bulb
Okay,
out.
well, I mean, I'm not deleting anything off the list, so
Yeah.
you guys reject it, then you do. But so far, Grant Avenue is a major part of my campaign, and that's something that we need to pay attention to. It's a torn up street as it is, and people speed down it. Got a lot of young families that moved into this area. We're getting more young families than anywhere else in the city. Because the lots are smaller and the land's cheaper accordingly.
Well, Zane, one thing I might say, and I'm not saying no, what I'm saying is you might want to put some of it towards repaving part of grant and some of it towards bulb outs, but not just put almost $400,000.
You sound like Councilmember Horvath grilling you. So are we going to accept this as a friendly amendment or not? We really got to keep going.
I said I'd come back to it.
Let's come back to it. Let's come back to it.
Fine.
Let's move on.
Grant might be in the deferred maintenance list that's going to come up later this summer as well. So just keep that in mind.
Right.
Storefront improvement plan, yes or no? 100,000.
So we've done one of those programs before.
Right.
So 150,000. Where do you want to take the money out of?
We used it. Look, all this money is out of, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Obaji, from the funds from the bond.
Right.
Am I wrong about that?
Yes, the funds that we're not spending on the CalPERS obligation.
You don't need to ask anymore where this money's coming from.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Todd, let's get back. Let me get back to, I'm opening up our sheet here where we can take money out of.
Okay.
Well, what about the $100,000 on the storefront improvement program? You guys keep.
Let me come back to that once we look at everything, and that's the one I want to come back to.
Yeah.
You want to come back to both of the last two? You want to come back to the
last two? Right.
You want to come back to the replenishment?
Yes, those two.
Okay, keep going.
All right. Replace mulch. So in the CIP, we already have a plan that is planning on replacing the sand or other surfaces at the parks with rubber. It does not include Andrews Park, so I want to add Andrews Park to the CIP at a cost of $40,000.
Yes, that's fine.
It's got mulch right now, wooden mulch. So kids get down there, they get splinters. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yep, that's good.
All right. Mini nursery on the SCE row, 35,000. This is like an Alta Vista, community garden. Though I think I do have a community garden elsewhere, so I'm willing to lose this if I do. Let me see. All right. I'll lose this.
Okay.
Private fundraiser. Lighting up the crosswalks on Grant Aviation, McKay and Slauson. So McKay and Slauson are the intersections that lead to Perry Park. That's how people cross to get from Huntington, Harriman, Clark to get up to Perry Park. And those crosswalks should be made particularly more visible.
Is that a BRR?
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't a BRR. Mr. Wazanski gave me a ballpark of how much that cost, about $25,000 per.
Coming out, that would also come out of the capital improvements. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, just as you think this through, Councilman Lowenstein and Narenheim, really, we need to make sure Councilman Obaji's tally here is less than your $3,225,000 that you have proposed for transfer.
Which it is.
And also, right, exactly. And also there's 207 left over as well, too.
Correct, right.
Okay.
All right. And number BR 30 SCE beautification. All right, so this is BR 30, $200,000. We already discussed that, but hopefully you'll go for that. That's in Councilmember Horvath's motion also.
The one thing to reconcile here, if I could, Councilman, is that there is money in the other motion for part-time staff for Public Works employees. So just be aware of that. This would be additive to what is already, I think, at least an additional $60,000, if I remember from the prior.
Got it. So here, Lowenstein's already had staff hours.
It has Public Works Department staff in it, I believe.
But don't they need those hours down in the harbor, in Pier and other parks areas, not specifically for the irrigation?
Well, that's what's got to be reconciled. Do we want to make it the full 200 plus what was in the prior motion, or do you want to consolidate those two?
Look, public works is what makes the city go round besides police and fire, and it's who we essentially reach out to and deal with on most of these issues, probably more than anybody else. So across the whole city, and I feel like I've been driving Mr. Salon crazy just with my requests in District 4. So I don't think there's such a thing as overfunding public works here at this time. But
great.
Okay, so if I recall correctly, 80,000 was cap cost, and 120,000 was overtime. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm fine with the 80,000, and then there's 60,000 that's already come out. I'm 60,000. So what if we set an additional 60,000 to make up for that, and then we'd have that? Does that make sense, Zane?
Yeah, 140 total.
Yeah.
That's
so of which, 80,000 coming from the bond proceeds, and then another 60,000 maybe from general fund. I don't want to pay for overtime hours from the bond. I want the bond to be capital improvement projects. I don't want it to be any labor. It's not the right way of doing it.
80 for capital improvement, or
80 for capital improvement.
All right, so 80 for natives, 80 for natives and capital improvement. 80K for natives in select zones, permissible zones.
Yep.
Zones like entryways and the like, and infrastructure. All right.
Can't see it. Yeah.
All right. BRR number 31. This is just a study. There are 6 intersections in the VCR area. That's Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Rockefeller, that do not have stop signs. They're the last 6 to make this an entirely residential neighborhood, which it should be. So apparently we need a study before we can get stop signs.
That's general fund money. I mean, I'm fine. Or actually, it's traffic calming money.
Traffic calming, yeah. Take out the traffic calming budget.
Right.
Okay. Is there money in the traffic calming budget for this?
Yes.
Yeah, there's $452,000.
Traffic calming budget. Beautiful. Thanks.
Yes.
All right. Budget BRR.
Oh, wait a minute before you go on. So you're appropriating the money from the traffic calming budget as part of an friendly amendment to this motion?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
BRR 32, these things cost between, pull this up real quick. They are community meeting. Here we go. $500 and $650. You put these up, they get people to slow down, pay attention. I'd like folks to have $5,000 in their district to be able to allocate them where they need to be.
Yeah, take that out of the traffic calming budget, and I would agree with you on that.
All right.
That's 32, BR 32.
Yes, BR 32.
Okay.
By the way,
Mike Witansky, is someone keeping track of this?
I'm gonna email this over. I'll keep track of it.
We are.
Good to have.
We're running the tabulation against the prior motion.
All right. BRR 45, I think you already did that. I support you there. 46, So basically, BRR 46 was a BRR to determine if you painted the whole bike lane green, what it would cost. That was going to be extremely expensive, and it's going to be extremely expensive to maintain. So it said that you could reduce this cost by 60 to 70% if you made it intermittent. I agree with that. I think we got to think long-term, keeping it qualitative. So that's at the percentage to turn that capital improvement project for Grant Avenue, make it an intermittent green bike lane.
Would be 80,000.
Yeah, that's what I estimated it at.
What about out of the bicycle plan money? Because there's a lot of money in there.
Is there a lot of money?
And if Grant is on the deferred maintenance list, it'll get restriped as part of that project as well. Just keep in mind.
Right. There's no, right now, there's no, I believe there's no funding to resurface Grant. It's not going to be subject to a slurry seal. It's going to have to be repaved.
No, it's a deferred, yeah, it's going to be in the deferred maintenance program.
There's 1.5 million in the deferred maintenance program.
Yeah,
Unless
just
we
fair
add more.
warning, that won't go very far. You won't
Right.
make those choices on segments. You could theoretically apply this $80,000 from the Measure R 10% allocation to bicycle plan implementation. You could use these funds for that.
Why don't we use that then?
Yeah.
Correct, Ted or Brad? I believe we had 80,000 in the proposed CIP that was unallocated for general bike path purposes.
Hi, it's Andy from the city engineer's office. I think we have 85,000 in there, but we were counting on using some of that for some design work, which is harder funding to find. So,
We might want to get it from somewhere else.
So
if we could preserve
maybe we
half of that, at least it would be great.
Yeah, maybe we go 50-50 there. We go 40 out of the cap monies, the discretionary cap monies, 40 out of the Measure R bike plan implementation dedication.
Yeah. This is a bike plan implementation project.
We could also increase the 85,000 going into there if you would like by an additional 40,000, because that is available in the fund balance.
That's true. We do still have discretionary funds in the local return, so you could go the full 80 there as well.
That's good with me.
Yeah.
Full 80 local returns.
Yep.
Yeah, just say do say combination increase. Just do this. Increase the Measure R bike plan allocation to 185,000, 80,000 of which for green bike lane along Grant Avenue.
I'm good with that. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm putting 185,000.
Just do 80. Just, you know what? Actually, I think we'll be able to read this. Just do $80,000 additional to the Measure R bike plan allocation amount. We'll just be additive. You can
zero out the 40,000.
Yeah, zero out the 40 on the left. Just call it Measure R. Yeah, and just Measure R local return on the left.
Bike plan allocation, local return, and move this over here.
Yeah, we can work with that.
Cool, thanks. All right, BRR number 44. This is the Grant Inglewood Community Garden. This is not taking up park space. It's actually taking up some of the land that the city has, but not hopefully in the area that we intend to use for any bike path. Should we ever get the cemetery property, that's $57,250. The challenge with that site is obviously the fact that there's no parking, but hopefully people will walk there. And I think in this area, people would walk there.
Mike, what about ADA and everything else there?
Yeah, it's a challenge. Access will be a concern because while people can walk there, we will have to gain entry to the site in a safe, secure way.
What if we make this just broader, or nursery on road?
Or just anywhere in District 4.
Yeah, just make it probably undetermined at this point. You might not want to pigeonhole yourself.
You can find a better location.
I'd say in District 4. Do what you want. This is what you want.
Right, 4.
Put it in District 4.
Right. No, I do intend to put it. Thank you for that.
And funding source?
Funding source, Todd, Mr. Lowenstein, is from the money that
the bond proceeds.
EP 57, the bond.
You know,
Bond
unless you
proceeds.
find something else, this is from the bond proceeds.
Okay, I'm fine with
We've
that.
been finding other things, so you know,
That's
baseline
fine.
where we're starting is that's where it's
all
going.
right. Exercise courses. Look, there's a senior center, for example, near Andrews Park. It would be great if at that park you had both a bathroom, which is what is right here, and exercise courses, as well as on the SCE row. I don't know if we're going to have if we have alternate sources for this, but these are capital improvements that kind of need to happen. We have a park that has no bathroom, and seniors use that park, as well as, frankly, little kids. I see babies there all the time when I take my daughter. So
Just-
nannies and the like need to use the bathroom.
One caveat there, Councilman, we have tried to do exercise equipment on the SCE right of way that wasn't easily approved by Edison, so we can continue to pursue that, but we just want to manage expectations there. I'm not sure.
Right. Okay. Well, how much is one set of exercise equipment in one of these parks cost? They're pretty pricey, right?
Yeah, they're about I think in vets, as an example, we spent
90 grand at vets.
Yeah, almost 100 grand after the grant, right? 10 grand from the
So
grant.
why don't we reduce this to 100 and just make it Andrews Park?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Wherever you put one of those, it's going to be popular. I promise.
So, do we want to put the exercise equipment in the dog run, or should we keep it outside? Just kidding.
It's part of the obstacle course.
All right. And then this is small, but it's actually important. If you take a look at the right of way here, sorry, I should share my whole screen. Maps.google.com. Take a look here. You zoom in on the right of way. Once you get to the end of the bike path, you get to Dale Page Park, but there's and the curve changes to over here, but there's no way to cross. And you're on a bike path. There's no crosswalk. So it would be great if we had a crosswalk, even if it was curved. I don't know if you can do a curved crosswalk, or you put it over here, but something so people can get across, go up to Dale Page Park and continue along. So I don't know if there's Measure R.
That's part of what we'll be looking at, Councilman. The CIP project that proposed to connect the bike path, the terminus there that you just showed, up to Manhattan Beach Boulevard is part of that sort of Dow Johnston kind of connector that we have to design. So we'll look at that crossing as part of that analysis.
All right. So
that's already
is this something
funded.
you allocate money for, or this is something you guys will be looking at anyways?
Yeah, I mean that we'll be looking at it. We need to design it first. So I think this would be we'll have to come back and fund it at a later.
You should keep it there. I've been begging for that forever. Keep it there. They don't want to do it.
It's not
keep it there.
All right.
They don't want to do it.
Want to do it.
Oh, trust me. Leave it there.
We can only do so many things.
All right. Add bathroom installation at Andrews Park. This is fine if it's put on the CIP for 2-3 years down from now, but it is something that we need as we enhance what little park space we have. And finally, the Scout House renovations. I think we heard enough from residents about smells and all sorts of dilapidation.
Well, I will say that I added up the recommendations, and it was $43,300. I'm funding any park improvements out of my $100,000. I mean, I think that's a good use of Laura's money.
Hold on, isn't this Quimby? Can't Quimby funds go to this?
It would be, given that we don't have any other scout houses in the community, and this is really our only scout house facility, it would be eligible for Quimby funds.
Right.
Where does that 210,000 figure come from?
It comes from BRR number. Here, let's do Scout.
15.
I didn't remember.
I added BRR 15 added up.
15. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't include the roof.
Yeah.
The 210,000 in the near future following major repairs will be needed, which are estimated to cost approximately 200,000. Replace the roof, replace all exterior windows, doors, and siding, adding stucco, substantially framing upgrades.
Yeah, don't forget the 50,000 above for the other costs.
Right.
43. Yeah.
So that's that. And then moving on, let's say Quimby here.
I'll ask Ted to confirm that we had projected fund balance in excess of that. Brad?
Let us look at that, Mike. Yes.
All right. And then, sorry, lastly, these are citywide things. I would want to put, maybe Mr. Wingy can get on and tell us why it's important to fund the rainwater drainage fund to 200,000, because we're skipping that this year. This is not a year to skip infrastructure investments. And also adopt, I think, did you already adopt BR 51?
It's 75,000, so that's already done.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That reduces this number even further. And finally,
Wait a minute. Let's slow down. Andy, you want to explain the rainwater drainage fund?
Yeah, this is kind of a bank account we use to address sinkholes and other emergency repairs that come up, or neighborhood complaints of drainage that's ponding and causing vector issues and that kind of thing. So we don't have a big CIP for storm drain improvements in the city. We just use this to address lining projects, point repairs, things of that nature that we become aware of, either from residents or from a sinkhole or something that develops after a winter storm.
What happens if we don't?
I think we have about 165,000 carried over. We had a light winter last year, obviously, with very little rain, so we didn't experience a lot of issues. But we do have a list we keep, and I've got about 25 items on it right now. So it would be nice to have it funded. Money's available.
What would happen if we didn't allocate any money?
Well, we wouldn't plan to do as much, but if we had a sinkhole or some emergency situation, we would come to you for an emergency appropriation.
I have an emergency at my house. There's a line underneath my slab that needs P lining. Just kidding. They're doing that tomorrow at my house. And trust me, you don't even want to know what that is. So,
and that's coming from your funds, Bill.
Life.
Your personal funds.
You don't know what P lining is. Let's hope none of you know. Anyway,
you want to go back, Zane, to your?
Yeah, you could, Andy. You could put in like 100,000, and it would be.
Yeah, we have a couple estimates. Part of the issue is when we do them, kind of the one-off variety, we usually pay a lot more for them. It's not an economical way. So if we could get a certain amount of money together and create a CIP to address 4 or 5 of these locations, we would get better economies of scale.
Okay.
All right.
And then Councilman Obaji, we did confirm we do have fund balance available, unallocated, unencumbered in Quimby for that $210,000. It'll be tight, but we have it.
Sweet.
You guys are fast. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Ted. So what are you doing with this 200,000? Are you just leaving it, or what are you doing?
Rainwater drainage fund is staying here.
Okay.
I'm funding it. That's part of this 1.45.
Is that okay with the motion maker in the second? I'm trying to keep track of this. I don't want.
And we call it stormwater, just for
stormwater
purposes. And then if you could, Councilman, too, since you're now towards the tail end, I know we haven't accepted all of these yet on an amendment basis, but to just Marty out as we keep track, do you mind emailing that over to her now? Yes. So compare and contrast.
Well, we're accepting this as they go along. That was the whole point of me, bird dogging it.
No, I know. I think we're clear. We just want to make sure that we haven't missed anything.
Okay. So the 200,000 is an accepted friendly amendment.
From the bond proceeds?
Drainage fund.
Bond proceeds? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's keep going.
The last thing is we have voted here to fund a study of the reduction of the parking requirements on Artesia Boulevard so we can get new good businesses there. We voted for the bigger study package, which is also going to assess where a parking structure should go. We need to plan for where the the purchasing a parking structure and paying for it before the FAR's increase in the park and land becomes more expensive on Artesia Boulevard. We're not going to be able to buy something for $1 million, but this is a start. Seed money that we can then come up with either with excess money that we end up getting in the budget or pull from somewhere else to borrow it so we can pounce on a property. But we are going to need to invest in parking on Artesia, in a parking structure, and or a parking structure is going to have to be part of some other infrastructure bond, just like South Redondo needs an underground lot on a triangle lot. But at least acquiring property, we need some money for that. So I'd like to appropriate. I wanted to do a lot more, frankly, but it's probably going to cost us between 2 and 2.5 million to acquire a property. Take a look at, for example, that mattress property that's for sale. I think it's at 2.4. But this is some seed money and some major investment in Artesia that we do need to do.
That's really, really, yeah.
I mean, Zane, you say that 60% of the parking is only used, at least 40% open. We don't know what the parking situation is right now. We're doing that study. This is a pretty heavy allotment for that. I totally support the idea of a parking structure like we need down here in Riviera Village, but this is a very heavy allotment.
Well, tell me, I suppose, what's your plan to supply, since we're going to increase the FAR, we've already voted to increase the FAR on Artesia Boulevard. What's the plan to provide parking on Artesia Boulevard? And why wouldn't we do what Culver City has done, Beverly Hills has done, Manhattan Beach has done, Hermosa Beach has done in providing a public structure in a business center, just like every other advanced city? Why don't we get with the times?
So I totally agree with what you're saying. I totally hear what you're saying, but we don't know what property that we're looking at and where. We have the SCE right away. We just spent $900,000 on a parking lot there, and you know, what property, what study, where, what location. Like in the Riviera Village, for instance, we have the Riviera Village Business Improvement District paid for the study for us to get there. Can you leave that up, actually, please? Thank you. They paid for that study, so there is buy-in from the business community to help that process moving forward. I'm tepid to go forward on this without buy-in from the community, business community, and the necessities. That's my tepidness. I love the idea, Zane, but I think right now where we're at with it, we're just a little bit early with buying property. We don't even know what property we want to buy.
I get that. We don't know what property we're going to buy, but let's say we get the report back from the people studying it, the environmental group or the parking experts who are studying it, and they say, hey, you're going to need to buy a piece of parcel and supply parking basically within this block. Well, you don't have the money allocated for that. It's kind of a wasteful study. Why do we pay an additional $60,000 for the full-fledged study when we have no intention to actually acquire a property? And what's the worst case scenario? The city acquires a piece of property on Artesia Boulevard, it increases the FAR, then decides, you know what, we don't need parking because the FAR is so high that every single private property owner is able to build underground parking. And therefore, the city has this property and now can either turn it into a park or sell it at a profit.
Mike, when is this study due back?
Sometime this fiscal year. We're still several months away. Probably latter part of the fiscal year.
So Mike White have his hand up. Maybe he's got a legal. Mike, did you want to say something about this?
No, I just wanted to clarify something before the motion's finally made.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So we don't have to buy the land. We can appropriate, right? Just appropriating it, and then we can go back and deal with it at a later time. I mean, just Councilman Abaji, I've been working many years for a parking garage at Riviera Triangle, and all the work I've done has been outside of City Redondo. I've gotten nowhere near this far. So
agendize a bond, bond discussion. And I will certainly second that. But. Okay,
so let's.
Well, let's stick with this for now. But I think there's certainly support for it, and it kind of reminds me of the Seaside Lagoon. We're not going to fix it with $1 million, but it certainly sets the tone down the road. And And, I just think the council should be prepared if they really are going to do this, that it will take more money. And not only that, you got to figure out a way to fund the building of the parking structure.
Right.
So it's not just property purchase.
Or the surface lot. And what I would add to the conversation as well is, and you've already mentioned this, Councilman Aaron, but by appropriating the money, you haven't necessarily spent the money, right? This isn't a capital project. We're going to start drawing down on it. It'll sit there until you take action to actually buy something. So you're squirreling it away for that purpose.
Todd, I'm fine with that for now.
Where would that leave us at the balance?
Well, it looks like, if you could, Councilman Abaji, go back up top to make sure you haven't also incorporated the decision package 32 and 35 money in your tabulation.
I have. Let me see real quick. This is. Yeah, I have included that. So if they say no to that, and we move that out, then we are at only 2.3 million, 344 million.
So that's going to leave you, Councilman Lowenstein, about $900,000, a little under $900,000 of money that would transfer the capital projects fund.
Well, and also looking at the yellow ones as well too.
Yeah, I think you need to go back and make sure you've confirmed all the acceptance of these friendly amendments, right? Yeah.
Right. So the yellow ones, bulb outside. Look, Councilmember Lowenstein, I've heard you say, look, we got to send some money to District 4. This is the opportunity.
That's more than some.
That's more than some.
I'm all for some, and I've said yes to nearly everything except for.
This isn't something that's going to, I don't know what. This is the most dense district in the city. This is the meaning the roads are more traveled on than any other. That it's got more people in a smaller area. So frankly, we haven't had strong leadership wrestling people's arms for big projects. It's that time. You need to pay attention to District 4. We are. Well, first of all, I understand what you're saying. We have how much have we put in the storefront improvement program, Nils?
150. And Councilman Abaji, that was because of me.
I know.
They wanted to put in study money, and so
you just have
and the medians are looking much better now.
The medians look beautiful. The medians look
welcome.
Beautiful. It's what's on the side that doesn't look great.
And you're getting, Councilman Abaji, you're also getting $2 million from the South Bay Galleria.
Well, we don't know when that's coming. So
right. Seriously,
that's like way out there.
Okay, hey, Mike, that's the 900,000 left. Is that also including the 85,000 and the 47,000 he's got there? Wouldn't that be general fund money we talked about? Because there's $207,000 of general fund money that we should dedicate towards stuff.
Yeah, it could. You could draw against that. Yeah, that would not be touching that surplus at all. So yeah, you would have 1.1 million roughly in total at that point if you left it all as proposed here.
Well, Zane, we have $207,000. What do you want to use the $207,000 for? From
207,000 if you accepted all this. I don't need 200.
No, $207,000 in the general fund left from for these projects. Where do you want to do? Can we do, if you want to do with the 85,000 and we can do that from the general fund. If you want to do the 47,525, we can do that from the general fund. You want to do the 40,000. How much does all that add up to?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Are you saying that you're not?
I don't want it to all come out. We have $207,000 left over surplus from the general fund. So
okay, this is on a very conservative estimate of the budget as far as revenue, right? We're roaring back and we're setting our revenue at the same level that it was at last year in the pandemic, right?
Okay, I have an idea. Why don't you take out of the 207, take 85, the 47,525, and the $75,000. That's $207,000. Do you see what I'm saying? And then the rest that you want, from the bond proceeds.
You You can do it that way, Councilman, if you want to specify it. It's all going to flow through in the same calculation at this point. There is so much commingled above the line in the motion that would to our bond savings and the original decision package 57. You can be that specific if you like, but you don't have to be here. It's all flowing through the same source at this point.
Okay, that's fine then. All right.
What are you rejecting here, I suppose?
I was just what Mike just said then kind of nulls what I was thinking. Okay. Because if they're commingled, the 207 and the rest of the bond fund, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're commingled at this point.
All right. So are you saying yes on the fully funded decision package 25?
If that's what you want, sure.
Yes.
I think one distinction that's important here is making sure we clarify. I think I know the answer to this, that everything on here is proposed though as a one-time expenditure. None of this is proposed as a recurring expenditure that would go towards core budget. I think that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Well, can I ask a question? Well, Mike, you're not talking about the decision packages, are you?
Well, even these two decision packages that are being proposed would be one-time decision packages here, based on the motion.
Well,
see, that's the problem because that won't work.
Okay.
But in my question before, because the motion, I was curious, what does fully fund the DP mean? Because that was it was the only thing that could be one time would be the CityNet thing. The others are reoccurring. This was based on the original decision by the council back in April to make this a 3 to 4 year till the end of my term ongoing project. And then like, for example, the housing navigator would go over to, I mentioned the community service. And so my question was, is it ongoing or one time?
My intention was to, per this spreadsheet here, was to have everything ongoing except for contract attorney, CityNet, and you're not going to need to buy a second city vehicle next year, right?
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, the way I'm reading, if we go back to the other sheet, Zane, you're simply adding $85,000 to fully fund CityNet per Councilman Lowenstein and Narenheim's motion, which already had those other expenses as recurring.
Right.
Simply added into their motion.
Well, that's a different thing, and that's what I'm clarifying, because the original thing had the housing navigator being in our office with the idea that it would be most expeditious in hiring the housing navigator and most efficient in getting he or she going. And then because this isn't a city attorney function, it would transfer out probably in 24, 25 budget. But I was thinking community services because you're more eligible for grant funding. I just need to know what it is because I don't know. We can't do it if we have different views as to what the motion, the friendly amendment is.
So yeah, in my view, we would be amending Councilman Lowenstein's and Narenheim's motion, which we should probably go back to. If all of these are going to be friendly amendments, we should go back, show the list consolidated, and then speak to that particular point. I think everything was funded as recurring in the prior motion, as I recall it, but for the CityNet component, which was funded at a 6-month basis, on a one-time basis. But the one point that you're raising, Mike, is that the motion included a direction of the new position to be in the police department. You're suggesting that for the being it stay as it was originally proposed in the decision packages as initially in your department, then moving to community services.
Well, it's up to Zane and Todd to decide, but because it is different, it's not just Todd's motion. Zane is making the contract attorney and the vehicle specifically, one-time items. So, but yeah, I need to know, are we the one that are going to be drafting job specs and working with HR and getting recruiting for that position?
Yeah, I thought I just heard you say that we don't want this to be a police job, the homeless navigator, because we'll lose funding. We will not be able to get certain grant funding for it if it's within the police department.
Right, but it's all your decision. Todd, Todd had it for the police. My suggestion is start in city attorney, and then it's not going to be city attorney by the time the new city attorney comes in. And I would think you wouldn't want it to be law enforcement, because then you can't get grant funds.
The only question left is, Zane, are you making a friendly amendment to leave it in the city attorney's office? That's the question.
Yes, I'm making a friendly amendment to leave it in the city attorney's office and eventually transfer it out to the community services office.
Is the motion maker accepting that amendment?
You know, the problem with that, Zane, is it was very adamant last week that this is being forced upon the city attorney's office, and that we need to have a more community collaborative, innovative approach, and have, you know, the city management from our side hasn't taken a more of approach to get it into their side and work it into our budget. So I think
the city attorney,
I want to get, hold on. I want to get our side, the civilian side, our side, the city management side, to accept this position so that we can get this funding, so we can make it long term. I mean, Mr. Webb is completely correct. It isn't core functionality of the city attorney's office. We need to get this into the city and make it permanent, the city side. And that's a community collaborative approach from all departments. That's where the need needs to be. And we already have this position hired through a contractor. So we're, you know, it's tomato.
Well, if I can say, I didn't say it was forced. I strongly objected, and I still do, to your characterization that I volunteered for it. I was voluntold to do it, and I accepted it because it's a big problem. And I'm accepting it, as I said back in April, for the remaining of my term. But it needs to transfer out by the end. And what I proposed, based on the direction, was to start it in our office, and then before the end of the term, transfer it into a civilian side. And it is different because in this budget, if it passes, you'll have greater control over the person than you do with our contractors, because they'll report to
the manager.
Right. And also the other thing is that that's in addition to the contracts that we have. And so you'll have greater services. For example, I get tons of emails and texts from you all on the weekends. There aren't any housing navigators often who are working. And so it will be important to be able, when we do the CityNet contract and we hire that person, to make certain it's not just police and public works who Joy can get a hold of or Anna can get a hold of. We have all 7 days where we have a housing navigator who can respond. So, you know, it's up to you to decide what to do with it. I would think putting it in police is more of a long-term decision, whereas by definition, putting it in our office for the remainder of my term, knowing that it's not a core function, knowing that you can't bind a future city attorney because he or she would be perfectly within their rights to refuse. You know, I'm not refusing, but I just need to know. I think it's quickest to get this up and going and to continue the progress we're making, but it is going to transfer out. It's going to have to transfer out of our office eventually.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll do what Mike is suggesting.
Yes. That's a yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. The only thing I say, Zane, is the only concern I have is 375 is a lot of money. It's $200,000. I mean, would you be willing to reduce it a bit? Because we're potentially throwing $1 million at Artesia. 375 is a ton. And remember, we're just kind of drinking.
Sorry, where's 375? Right here?
Yeah. Can you lower it to 175 maybe?
Don't do it, Zane. Don't do it, Zane.
A multi-year process there, Zane, because grants deferred maintenance as well.
Fine. So how about recurring for 3 years at 125?
That's not going to be enough.
It's the same thing.
It's not going to be enough.
What's that?
Don't do it. It's not going to be enough.
I can't hear people at the same time. So, Mr. Lowenstein, what is?
I was just going to say, I mean, we're like completely draining the account. We're putting $1 million. We're looking at putting $1 million at Artesia. I mean, I think we've given a ton of money to you.
Where are we putting $1 million in Artesia?
You just said $1 million for the private property. We haven't spent it yet.
$1 million in Artesia. That is the city acquiring a valuable asset before the price of the asset goes up, and being prepared for the inevitability that Artesia is going to be a robust.
Zane? Is it an appropriation?
Yes, it's an appropriation.
Okay, so it's $1 million.
It's not
whatever it's for. I'm saying
You guys, let's stop arguing about how much money that is. We're talking about $375,000, and Zane, he's asking you to reduce it by half, say, instead of the full amount.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. I didn't hear a big argument about our teaching.
I mean, I think we've given everything else just about.
With some pushback,
I'm not so excited. I mean, I think
I'd rather reduce the designation to the Artesia parcel in hopes that I will get. The vote. So I would cut this by like 250 and keep the grant project.
Okay.
That's fine.
This is something that's going to make a difference to everybody's.
Zane, that's way more impactful right now. If you want to do that, flip that around like that. The $1 million is long term. The 375 is short term. You'll get a higher return on value. We want to get these projects done sooner than later, right?
Right. All right.
Okay.
So what just happened?
I reduced the what we're putting aside for acquiring Artesia to 250,000, and I got a yes on the 375 here for grant.
You're reducing it 250, but it's still 750, right?
Yeah, it's still 750.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Nils?
Yeah, I'm fine. Todd, the 100,000, that's going to come out of his allotment for per district.
Yeah,
right?
There we go.
Okay.
Perfect. Cool. Okay. As long as hold on, the Scout House, that's a great District 5 $100,000 allotment.
But the Scout House is coming from Quimby fees, anyways. Although okay. I
mean, the 36 units at Fisk Lane, I guess that we just approved, we'll pay for that, right? But it's 25,000 times 36. That'll come from that. So yeah, you can use Quimby funds for that. That's perfect. You're welcome for increasing that Quimby fee from 7,500 to 25,000. By the way, we can do a lot with that. It's good. Good work, Todd.
Okay.
Okay, so
those are the changes.
Mike, do you need to disappear and reconcile?
Yeah, we're gonna let Marnie, consolidate these two. But just point of clarification, Councilman Lowenstein, Councilman Ehrenheim, do you want us to reduce the appropriation you have in your proposed motion regarding district projects that was 600,000 now to 500,000 and leave Zane's as stated?
Yeah,
that's what they just all agreed to.
Right.
Well, so Zane's 100,000 is going to go to that replenishment. So yes, you're right. That's because that's not a capital improvements project. We're trying to keep it in capital improvements.
Why did you have 600,000 in that since there's only 5 districts? The mayor.
The mayor.
You gotta fix my plumbing over here.
All right.
Please.
And then Councilman Lowenstein, one other point of clarification on your original written motion, and I think we just missed this in looking at it. The subject title showed approval of decision pack 26, but when we got down into the narrative, we jumped up to 27. So we are approving as part of your motion decision package 26, correct?
Yeah, I think I missed that. What 26 was, let me look at that.
Yeah, we just jumped. I think we jumped ahead.
Yes, auto post. Yes.
So let's make sure
we agreed on that. So okay. It's actually 26 through 31, not 27 through 31. Thank you.
Okay, so if you could, Zane, maybe email this document now to Marnie and myself again, and we'll reconcile the two, and we'll get back up here.
Take a 15-minute break.
Yeah, if you could give us, a motion for 20.
Oh, wait, I don't, okay, wait, I want to have a turn here. No break
Oh, go
yet.
ahead.
You guys can go do that.
Councilmember MD has her hand up, so let's let her talk and then we'll go take a break.
Mr. Obaji. Okay. I love your ideas. I'm being from North Redondo. I didn't need any explanation on any of this. I totally understand what you were going for on all this, and I totally agree with everything that you want to do. Now, I wouldn't give you any pushback. I think that your bulb outs of 375 is actually probably not enough, considering that my Dow Johnson was 200,000 for the bulb outs and everything else that needs to be done. So I think that's an appropriate amount to be doing it. I want you to really think hard that I would accept all of your motions, because and the Scout House renovations, I'm actually going to if you go with my motion, the Scout Houses would go up to 300. The senior centers would get what they needed to be able to fix those up, because that's not in your motion. And also we can discuss price on, if you don't want to spend that much on pickleball, we should at least have enough designated for a few of the pickleball courts. And as far as the parking is concerned, I agree with you. That's one of my biggest concern on going to a 2.0 FAR. Where are you going to park everybody?
1.5.
I agree 100%. So I did the math, and I think we can accommodate every single one of yours in our motion. Every one of them.
If I can respond to that, Councilmember, I appreciate your flattery about my motion. First, Mr. Lowenstein's motion was a little easier for me to understand than Mr. Horvath's. Second, I think my motion really takes into account both District 4 and slightly District 5's needs. And third, what I'd say is and I don't mean this to be an insult, but if you weren't so divisive in the past, I would have no hesitancy on making an accord with you or trusting you and the like. But right now, I don't have that trust relationship with you. What I would say is this: to the extent you need more money, because that 210 that we're allocating with the Quimby fees is not enough to fix the Scout House completely, that you should think about being a more uniting council member relative to the rest of us, so that we can allocate.
All right. If you're just going to slap me around, never mind.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
Never mind.
More money as more money comes into the city, and you could do that by building a collaborative, cooperative relationship with all of us. I'm happy to make sure that the Scout House comes into existence with later appropriations.
So you're not going to entertain anything for pickleball. They're not. 50,000 isn't nearly enough for them to get a court, and you're not going to give anything to the seniors. And then Dow Johnson is going to have to wait for their long term, is what you're saying.
This is kind of like how you got kind of go the completely opposite way on me. The Perry Park HVAC is already part of the CIP. I get that Anderson Park needs HVAC replacement. I get it. You know, I'm sure the city's gonna be getting extra revenue. You can pass an amendment to make that happen. I think the seniors need cool air as well. I do agree with that. All right, but I'm trying to account for everybody. The seniors at Andrews Park, the seniors at Perry Park, your folks, the right of way, you name it. And I barely squeaked this out. I literally am fighting with these guys who are my buddies to get this money for my district.
And I'm telling you, I'm going to give you everything you want, and I'm not even your buddy.
I pretty much just did. The one thing I regret is that I did not get for the firefighters this decision package number 32 or this decision package 35. But you know what?
Don't worry, Zane, it's coming.
I can't get everything, so it is what it is.
But I could get you everything. I can get you everything.
That's the other thing is I actually trust them when they say that this inspection program is a sham and is a problem. I actually trust them.
Yeah, I'll vouch.
All right, we'll take that out, and I'll give you everything else.
No.
I'm just trying to get.
This has been the problem the last 4 years.
Yeah.
This is exactly the problem.
Okay,
sorry, pickleball people. I tried.
I thought there was money in there for pickleball.
Yeah, there is.
Pickleball's not nearly enough for anything. They're not going to be able to do courts with that at all.
Let me ask Mike Watansky a question real quick. Mike, is there money already for an HVAC at Perry Park Senior Center?
Yes, there is.
There is, yes. And then there is a carryover project for city facility HVAC equipment as well, largely for City Hall.
Well, it sounds like they both need it at Perry Park and Anderson Park. I mean, how fast can that happen?
It's just purchasing the equipment, making sure the specs are right, and getting it installed.
Well, but yeah, it's manpower. Hopefully, summer is coming. It's not going to get cooler. All right.
And Mayor, we are ready to go. We don't need the break.
Okay, good. So, anything else, Laura?
All right, so I just wanted to say, sorry, pickleball, we couldn't get you guys the courts this time. Sorry, seniors, we're not going to get you your PA system after all. And sorry, scouts, I don't think we're going to have enough to replace your roof after all either. So sorry about that.
Wrong. We're giving pickleball courts, and we're looking at more. And they're getting $210,000 for the Scout House. This is ridiculous.
There's not enough for their roof and their other repairs.
Then you got $100,000 in your district that you can give them.
Hey, Todd, she's been sitting there for 6 years. Nothing's happened, so don't worry about it.
Look, you guys, we got a motion on the floor. No, it was a secondary motion in a second. And I don't know, Mike Webb's got his hand up. Mike, did you want to say something? Mike Webb? Oh, he took his hand down.
Sorry, I left it up from before.
Sorry.
So, Mayor, if you'd like, Marty can come back on and share her screen.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So what I did here was copy it over, and the items in blue are the changes. So this was at 85,000, now it's at 170. This takes the contract attorney from one time to ongoing.
Actually, vice versa.
Oh, vice versa, yeah.
Yeah, right. And reduces the district infrastructure projects by 100,000 and adds general fund funding for Andrews Park dog run, bulb out, storefront improvement, rubber surfacing at Andrews.
Sorry, Marnie, that was for the right of way, not Andrews Park, because Andrews Park's already in there.
No, rubber surfacing was Andrews Park.
No, dog run.
Yeah,
the dog run.
Oh,
yeah, dog run. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just want to make sure we get that right.
Yeah, that's a good clarification, because your motion already had
Andrews Park in there, right?
Right. Okay. Let's see, where do we end up? This is greatly shortened, but crosswalk lighting. Budget response report 30 at 140. Grant and Inglewood Avenue Community Garden. Andrews Park exercise courses at 100. Crosswalk for 5,000. Andrews Park bathroom 120,000. Stormwater drainage fund 200,000.
And Marnie, that's not really a fund, right? That's a project account, isn't it? That's the stormwater.
Ought to be, right?
Project account.
So just.
It is. You have an actual CIP for that, Mike.
Yeah.
Putting it into the CIP.
Property acquisition on Artesia Boulevard for 750. So that leaves a transfer to the capital projects fund of $1.2 million and some change. Then those that are in other funds, budget response report number 12, 200,000 would come from Measure R. BRR 31 and 32 would just be from the traffic calming that's already appropriated.
Mm-hmm.
$80,000 Measure R for Green Bike Lane, and Scout House renovations at $210,000. And that then brings us to a fund balance of $222,000.
That's general fund, that's unallocated.
Yes.
Okay.
So does that
You
move
can
over
leave-
then to the, where does that go?
So you can leave that unallocated. That's your final decision here. Or you can move some of that money or really all of it up to the penny if you'd like. Although I'd caution against that to the transfer to the capital projects fund.
Well, why don't we just leave it there?
Yeah, if you leave it there, that gives us flexibility in the off chance when we go out to issue the bonds, if the interest only payment for some reason is higher than 5 million, let's say it climbs up to 5.2 million or something else, we actually, per the motion, we have the flexibility to make that expenditure without having to affect these other appropriations.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I accept all these amendments.
And the seconder?
I do too.
Yeah, okay.
And I just want to be clear that we are, the actual language is going to come from my spreadsheet for my stuff, right, Mr. Redondo? I appreciate how quickly you did this.
Well, hey, Todd, can you amend the motion to include Councilman Obaji's spreadsheet and language?
Yes, I will amendment to include Councilmember Zeno Baji's spreadsheet and language.
And I'll forward that spreadsheet to.
I agree to that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is just a summary.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, well, that makes sense. All right, anything else, Nils? Yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, real quick, Mike Wazansky, when we talked about the other day, it's a direction to staff, I guess, to Alta Vista movie nights. Did we cancel that last year to have them take over that program and use the equipment, not us do it, have them do it? Do I need to make this part of the motion, or do
You know, it's you if you want to, you can, but you know, that actually carried over from your prior budget motion. You had that, you gave us that direction, and it really got pulled because of the pandemic. So we can, that'll be a community services work item. We can partner on that.
Perfect. And then the cell phone items that we talked about, that's in there. You researched that. BRR for the sailing club, that's in there at the very end. Mulch giveaways, Zane, just so you know, the mulch giveaways we have, we're doubling that to 4 per year.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, and it is clear in my thing that it's mulch and compost.
Compost, yeah, it's same difference.
Mulch is the wood, compost is the trash.
Yeah,
it's not trash.
It's not trash.
It's organic material.
Right. Yes.
And then Mike Wazansky, come back with ordinance update for electronic sign. Should I do that as a separate action, or should I need to make this part of this?
I think you can make it as part of this. I mean, either way, it's your direction to staff is to come back and adjust that, which is really in advance of us making any permanent changes to the marquee down there at the Redondo Beach Marina. So
okay, so Todd, can you add to the motion to add update to electronic sign ordinance? Come back when as needed.
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept that. That's it. Thank you.
What about a stop sign on Redondo and Monterey? Do we have to designate that?
Yeah, you have $100,000.
There are no residents down there.
We put $15,000 from traffic calming to do that.
Yeah.
But how does it happen? Because there are no Redondo residents down there. It's just a Redondo street. How does that happen, Mike?
We just direct that action. We'll take a look at it and get in there as soon as we can. Unless there's some major objection from Ted as to that location, it would typically bring that to.
It's been studied extensively.
Yeah.
The mayor goes by there twice a day. Very dangerous.
And Mayor, we would just have to collaborate with the city of Hermosa because obviously it's a split intersection.
Okay, I'll just leave it to you.
And then Marnie, just to make sure we got it, did you lower the district allocations in the motion from 600 to 500 in your spreadsheet?
Yeah, she did that.
Okay, I may have missed
Did that.
Okay. All right, that's it. There's a motion on the floor. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Respectfully, no.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imby.
No.
No.
And can I get a copy of Obaji's spreadsheet, the final one?
Yes. I'll forward that over to you.
Thank you.
Make sure the city clerk gets also.
I did. I sent it to Katira. Do you need it elsewhere?
Yeah, to me.
To you?
Thank
Yeah, whatever you get, Eleanor, probably just share with everybody.
I'll send it to everybody. CC.
That's fine. And along with Eleanor, anybody sends anything. Okay, so it passes. There you go. You got a budget.
It's only 11 o'clock at night.
On
One
to-
item.
It's a good thing we moved it. I think we got all that input in from about the Scout House and about the pickleball courts. We wouldn't have gotten that input if we hadn't moved.
I know, and that's the thing. Councilmember MD wanted us to go last week, and none of those people would have been able to show up.
So anyway, it was a good thing. We all had more time to digest it. And look, it was a dedicated meeting, and we still went for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So
Mr. Obaji already knew all that. That's all. I already knew I already talked to my people. I already knew what I needed. So whatever.
okay, well that's it. So on to city manager items. Joe, do you have anything?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say is Marnie Ruland has agreed to come back for recognition in the future. This is her last council meeting. You'll see her.
Hurrah. You finished.
Thank you to Marnie. She'll be back for recognition in the future.
Okay, I need to read the resolution.
Go ahead, Eleanor. I apologize.
All right. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2106-064, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an annual budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 as amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Joe?
Got nothing else. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are we going to be in the chambers next time or no?
No.
Not your next meeting. No, we're still, as you saw, working through technical issues.
Okay. So council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not have anything today. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have BRRs. No, sorry. None.
Councilmember Horvath. No, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Can we just agendize a discussion about a charter reform commission?
Oh.
Yeah, we can do that.
Actually, Mayor Brand, I do have something.
Well, hang on. Let's let Jane finish.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, is that a motion to agendize?
Yeah, that's a motion to agendize.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
And leave the date open, I guess. I don't know. We already got so many things lined up. Joe, what do you think? Like
in the fall
or something? Or
yeah, I'm not sure. Can we leave it open and have?
Yeah, we'll leave it open.
Yeah, leave it open.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay, so ordered. Councilmember Narenheim, you had something else?
Yeah, I forgot. I wanted to agendize a discussion on the dog runs, dog park, and I'm looking at it now. The park in, oh man, there's so many complaints on this now.
You're talking about McNeil.
McNeil Parkette.
Yeah, to agendize discussion to not have dogs there, bring that back in. I don't know when would that be good?
That ordinance is coming back in July. I think we could add it to the ordinance when it comes back for first reading.
Is it coming back in July?
It is coming back in July. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll wait for first reading.
There you go. Okay, so it's already coming back.
Perfect.
Councilmember MD.
I have no referrals, but I do want to announce that SB 9 at 6:15 p.m. passed the Housing and Community Development at the state, is now going on to the House Appropriations Committee.
I thought it was going on to the Assembly Local Government Committee.
I thought it already passed that, but it's going on to the next committee. It's moving on. Let's put it that way. It's now passed. It's moving on, but I think it already passed the local government. But
yeah, I don't think so. I testified today at the Assembly Housing Committee against SB 10. That also passed, as did SB 9, and I believe they both go to the Local Government Committee, which is on Thursday. I know 10 is scheduled. 9, I'm not positive about, but anyway, Sacramento is coming after us, no question about it. And if you listen to who supports it and who opposes it. I don't think I heard one single local city support these. I heard a lot of YIMBYs. I heard a lot of building industry associations, a lot of Chamber of Commerce supporting them. Very, very few, if any, cities supporting them. So
Wall Street too.
Yeah. So, well, that's where the money's flowing to the MBs and everything else. So anyway, I guess that's it. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, I guess.
Motion to adjourn until July.
Happy 4th, everybody. Bye.
Yeah. Happy 4th of July, everybody. The motion in a second. Any objection?
Nope. See you then.
Okay. We're adjourned. So long, everybody.
Great work on the budget,
Thank you,
everybody.
staff. Thank you, Marnie.
Yes, thank you so
And
much.
everybody, Mike Wojciechowski, you guys worked extremely fast, allowed us to get through this. So thank you very much.